Hello everybody and welcome back to some more action here at the final of English Open. And is it going to be a lot shorter session this time around in the evening, or is it? With Mark Allen being the player that is 6 frames ahead now by as he leads Zhou Yuelong by 6 frames to 2 and has got a massive head start going into this second session. How are we all doing? It's been almost 3 hours since the action was stopped here by Kevin Burkowski, and this time it will be Mark Allen and Zhou Yuelong, well, performing a lot more action, at least for 3 more frames here between each other, until it can be Mark Allen to win the title. Zhou Yuelong has got a massive task ahead of him if he is to try and go back and, well, challenge the world number 10 here for now, and certainly not going to do that if Allen is going to keep up the pace that he managed to absolutely storm the first session and, well, pretty much destroy Zhou Yuelong's point of view on trying to get his hands on the maiden ranking event title. Let's see now, and Zhou Yuelong certainly has to try and take it on early and make sure that, you know, he's at the top of his game. He has to try and make sure he does some early damage to Mark Allen, as that is going to be the key. Certainly, when you talk about the first couple of frames, very important for Zhou Yuelong to try and be there when it matters. You know, he's had those chances in the opening frames, but this time he needs to be more clinical with those and try and stop Allen from building that momentum once again, this time in the evening session. Of course, Mark Allen will only need 3 more frames to make his, well, 12th ranking event title win for his name. And certainly we'll be looking forward to trying doing that. Zhou Yuelong once again finds himself for the 5th time in a row finding a really difficult task ahead of him, with him losing the 4 previous finals to the players like Mark Allen, of course, in the Northern Ireland 3 years ago. And we're still on the potential course for a repeat, as that time around it was a scoreline of 9 frames to 4 in favour of Allen, and he's only 3 frames away from making that even a better scoreline this time around, as Zhou Yuelong comes to the table for the first time really after his break off, and now has got a potential shot to take on into the left corner. And red is positioned very closely there to the blue line, so you can try and take that one on, try to land the cue ball onto the black there, not necessarily give any more reds away, unless of course he will miss the red that he's actually going to try and play by some margin. Can try and go for the red into the right corner if he wants to, of course, or can try and use it as a safety shot, which in the end is a shot selection that he will actually play. Send the cue ball up the table and in towards the yellow. So, positive start so far for Mark Allen, as of course he would like to take this one on a very slow basis. I think he's managed to build some early pace in the morning session, but this time around it's all going to be about, you know, taking it on frame by frame. Zhou Yuelong needs to be winning those on streaks, and well, I think the goal for Allen is going to be sort of, you take 1 frame and I'm going to respond with a win of my own. For now he needs to miss the blue here, as it's not necessarily the best shot. He will leave a red into the left corner for Zhou Yuelong to try and take on. And the problem for the Chinese players, of course, he is going to be facing this shot with no real chance to get on the black into the right corner. So that's inevitably going to be an issue for him. But for now, starts off with a decent safety introduction, sends the cue ball down the line and in towards the green spot yet again. So, early observations, not neither of the player trying to take an early chances, which is something that we've seen Mark Allen do in the opening frame, and perform a brilliant century break of 132 points on the board. Zhou Yuelong managed to respond with a break of 65 in a frame to follow. And those two have been the vast majority of the breaks that players have actually managed to produce. The only century have actually come in the opening frame. And, well, the 65 break of Zhou Yuelong has been the highest that he managed to produce until frame number 7, getting the break of 81 in the progress. And, of course, an utter domination in terms of the points tally from Mark Allen here. 483 points scored in comparison to 264 by Zhou Yuelong. Once again, the world number 32 will try and use this red as a backup for the cue ball and set it up the table in towards the green spot. And nice shot there, especially if he misses the green. Lands the cue ball dead on the cushion. And as I say, I think Zhou Yuelong will do well to take this match into around frame 12 zone. You know, sort of with him still not being necessarily losing. And if he takes it to a scoreline of 7 frames to 5, potentially 8 frames to 6, he'll still still going to be in with a chance anyway, but he's going to have a much higher chance of challenging Mark Allen and some more pressure maybe on the world number 10. Of course, he won't be feeling any pressure right now because he's still going to be in a massive comfort zone. Being 4 frames clear, still quite a few frames away from winning the whole tournament. And, getting himself through a massive roller coaster of matches. I mean, going through the decider in Stuart Bingham was difficult until you actually realised you had to do the same with Ding Junhui, Elias Lesser, Jack Jones, and for the first time in the tournament really, apart from their opening match against Scott Donaldson, Mark Allen finds himself in control and, pretty much dominating Zhou Yuelong. For now, a little bit of a safety play in between the two of them. The cue ball is sent in towards the yellow spot, and we'll follow up shortly with one more safety shot now, with the reds actually being in a really weird position. Neither of them are just below the pink, but probably not a lot of them are actually in a playable position, and all surround the black there, so not necessarily the best player and the best position for the players to be in. But I suppose the fact that they've got the pink and the blue available to their name in pretty much all 4 of the corner pockets, with blue being playable into both of the middle, still makes the break possible. But to do that, you have to get yourself in with a chance. And so far, both of the players have been pretty good in terms of the safety play, and also neither of them have tried to take an early chance and an early gamble. And I think if we're going to see from one of the players to do that, probably it is going to be Mark Allen, with him having that sort of ability, especially with him playing the game the way he did in the opening session. And of course, he's got a 4-frame cushion to his name. As for now, Zhou Yuelong will put the black onto the left-hand side cushion and give the momentum once again back to Mark Allen, although he has left him with pretty limited options at the moment. One of the reds on the left-hand side of the table is going to be available, and potentially can try and go for a shot there, but he's going to be tricky to try and miss the black that is now positioning himself onto the left side cushion. Mark Allen once again rolling up to the red onto the bottom part of the table, something that has actually cost him in one of the opening frames, and has given Zhou Yuelong a chance to start off a break that, to be fair, still resulting in Mark Allen taking the frame to his name. As Kevin Dubrovsky right now will just check the position of the cue ball, make sure that Mark Allen is going to be happy with that. Pretty sure Zhou Yuelong will just go with whatever Mark Allen is happy with, and we can continue the action here on frame number 9. Once again, the cue ball will be sent from the right part of the table in towards the reds, and hopefully it's going to be a better trajectory and line for Mark Allen as he comfortably puts the red on the cushion, and a nice shot there from the pistol. The only chance of Zhou Yuelong is going to be red into the right middle, which don't think necessarily he's going to try and consider for longer than a second there. Would have been a really difficult cut for him to go for. And still, Mark Allen's dominating the percentage in the vote. Who's going to win the title, of course, with him having such a good cushion of 4 frames and actually being away from the title with lesser of number. Only 3 away from making it title number 12 for the world number 10 here, which of course would see him go up the WST ranking and dispatch Ding Junhui, Mark Selby, and become the new world number 7 there. And let's have a look what Allen can do after this shot, as Zhou Yuelong actually playing a decent safety shot, and Allen can try and go for sort of similar approach to the one he did previously, just trying to roll the red on towards the black ball cushion and use the right hand side of the table in the progress. But right now doesn't seem to be too convinced about taking that shot on. So just checking all the possibilities and the opportunities that he'll have ahead of himself until he actually commit to the next shot, which in terms of the position, as I say, minor mistake could give some of those chances away, but as I say, even if that chance is given away to any of those two players, there's no real guarantee that either one of them will produce it and, well, convert it really into a frame-winning chance to himself. And for now, it's a brilliant shot if you're playing billiard there. It's not so much if you're playing snooker, though, because Mark Allen has played a perfect shot of potting the cue ball. And once again, we'll give 4 points of a foul to Zhou Yuelong. Ultimately, it will be a ball in hand. I think Zhou Yuelong probably has to take this red on into the left corner, with him having the ability to place the red pretty straight on this one to try and line up a shot of a pink into right middle, right corner pocket. So it's the first and early test here for Zhou Yuelong. But it's certainly the one that he has to make sure makes this one count for himself. As, this could be the start of something. And it certainly could be the start of a break to make Zhou Yuelong the favourite for this frame. And as I say there, the first thing he has to do is get himself settled down and try and win a couple of early frames in this session. But now, very important shot right now. Doesn't quite place this cue ball straight though, but he's cued this one really, really nicely. And of course gets himself the first point on the board. Overscrewed slightly there for the pink, but I suppose that was always going to be the case with him having quite a bit of an angle on this red into the corner. But it's a good start there earlier on from Zhou Yuelong. Of course, the thing that I'm looking for is a little bit of a change from the morning session, and him actually trying to convert those chances and make them count and try and punish his opponent. Once again, rolls the pink into the corner, but catches one of those reds. I mean, I saw the funny side of it, but Zhou Yuelong certainly won't be, because talk about converting chances, he's just given one away. And the pink was always going to be very near to those reds when he was going to the corner. Probably was still going to make the pocket, but unlucky there, I would say. But I suppose it was something that Zhou Yuelong have to consider until he's taking that pink. Not necessarily having any better of an option, but ultimately Mark Allen's not going to care, because he got himself straight away out of his chair and on the break himself. So has got now the right side of the blue. We'll send the cue ball down towards the table and have a couple of reds to play in the right corner to give himself some sort of points on the board. Of course, being behind by only 8 points. And, well, 8 of those points have been given away by himself there into the 2 foul shots. So decides to go against the blue and will take the pink that Zhou Yuelong has kindly left over the left corner pocket. Try to roll this one in, get the cue ball onto the top part of the table, and does it really nicely once again. So Allen seems to certainly back exactly where he left off in the opening session. And we're now ready to go. If you're Mark Allen, get himself a couple of points away now from Zhou Yuelong. As I say, the position is very limited in his current state, with the black being out of the game. The pink and the blue are the 2 colours that Mark Allen and Zhou Yuelong has to make some sort of points tally on and building up to their opponent. Zhou Yuelong had an early chance, but missed the pink into the left corner. And Mark Allen will now go into the opposite corner, what is going to be the right middle for him to try and take this pink into. Roll the cue ball quite close to the cushion potentially and trying to force some sort of angle on the next red. Played it really nicely there. Of course, had to be very careful in terms of playing the red into the corner pocket, but ultimately had to generate some sort of pace on the pink and still had to make sure the colour disappeared into the middle. And yeah, certainly, I mean, if there's going to be any pressure on Mark Allen, I think there's going to have to be a bit more frames won for Zhou Yuelong until then, because, I mean, the way and the shots that Allen is playing, it certainly just makes you wonder, where was that Allen in the entire campaign there? And would have been a massive disappointment for him not to make it to the final, to then produce such brilliant snooker here. I mean, as I say, flawless. And running out of superlatives, but just as I say that, definition of a commentator's curse, and he's just missed an easy ping to roll into the right corner, so you can try and gaslight him as much as you want. I mean, this is one of the easiest pings that you're actually going to miss as a professional in your career. To do that on this stage, I don't think it's pressure, because as I say, all he had to do was to roll this one in, but you know, never take your eye off the pot there, and even professionals can miss shots like that. But ultimately, he gives away a chance now to Zhou Yuelong. After me giving a perfect jinx to him, I'll try to do that next time around when Nala's on the break of himself. Certainly not going to try and do that when Zhou Yuelong's on the break, with me still being the neutral spectacle, and I want to see the players produce the best snooker of their life, but also I want to see a couple of more frames than the ones on the horizon. If Alan will win the 3 frames that he will need very, very shortly. As I say, for now, it's a chance number 2 for Zhou Yuelong, and something that not really seen him receive from Mark Allen, really. And ever since the pistol got that chance in the opening session, he always seemed to be so clinical, but I suppose you're always going to have that little bit of rustiness, and you know, just the players not being warmed up and ready to go. Zhou Yuelong needs to make sure the second time of asking he is going to be warmed up, pumped up, and performing the best snooker of his life to get himself a potential frame on the board. And now has to make his way around the reds, and doing that nicely for now. Once again lines himself up for a really nice pink into the right middle, clearing one of the reds in the progress as well. And of course, he can afford to do that as he pushes the red onto the left cushion to join the black, because there'll still be more than enough reds for him on the table to try and grab some points off. Nicely done though by Zhou Yuelong, as he'll roll the red into the left corner for now, and he'll try and get himself on the pink yet again. So I think we're not going to see any more of the black until, you know, the later stages of the frame, and in sort of circumstance when Zhou Yuelong is 59 points ahead and Alan actually needs to bring the black into play. For now, Zhou Yuelong is still comfortable in terms of the points on the table, as he'll just continue playing for the pink, and this time gets the right side of it. So a nice little position for him to try and screw the cue ball in behind one of those reds into the right corner. Get himself in the perfect angle yet again here, with a little bit of backspin on this pink. Very satisfying to see those shots. Will we stream for British Open tomorrow, APOS? Yes, brilliant question there. We'll be doing Judd Trump, the world number 1, against the world 44, Aaron Hill there. Of course, that is until all the points are accumulated, and Aaron Hill making the quarter-final of the English Open is going to be a massive boost for him in terms of the ranking points tally. But yes, we will be doing British Open. Not going to be doing the final, unfortunately, but certainly the build-up to the final is going to be here, and streamed very much on this channel. So feel free to tune in for that one. For now, Zhou Yuelong has got a little bit of a break stoppage there, as he's got a little bit of a decision to make on which reds to go for. He's got a red that is going to be pretty close to him and pretty straight, so not necessarily the easiest shot for him to try and take on in terms of the positional play. But ultimately, one more of those reds will send the cue ball up the table and potentially in for the blue there. So it's a decision to make for Zhou Yuelong. I would go for the one into the straight and just try and produce some sort of backspin and probably stun the cue ball for the pink into the right middle. But ultimately, what is going to be your positional shot after this, as he does go for this shot selection, but doesn't want to be too straight on the pink, because he'll force himself to play the shot with a lot of power, and you know, the middle pocket from this angle is not necessarily going to be the biggest in the world, so has to play this one with a lot of accuracy and a lot of backspin once again on the cue ball. Plays this one nicely and gets rewarded to an extent as well. So a lovely shot there from Zhou Yuelong. Gets himself 22 points clear. And as I say, take it on a frame-by-frame basis. It's never over until Alan is going to be over the line here. But now it's a rest shot for Zhou Yuelong to try and take on into the right corner yet again. Seems to be the corner where all the reds are going to be located right now. And Zhou Yuelong looking to send one more there until he'll have the pink to play in a similar sort of pocket. Once again, nicely done there in terms of the cue ball position. And lovely to see him taking time in between the shots, something that we haven't seen in the morning session. And sometimes I certainly feel that, you know, him not taking an extra 5 or 6 seconds has cost him and resulted in himself running out of position and ultimately missing those important shots, as he's now on the same pink as Mark Allen has missed into the right corner. As I say, probably one of the easiest ones he will miss in his career. But still, Zhou Yuelong gets himself 29 points clear, one more red available to his name. So that'll put 67 on the table. And he's looking at a potential plant into the right corner, which is going well wide. So not necessarily sure why the camera is concentrating our attention on this, because surely you're not going to take this shot on when you're trailing 6-2 in the final. And you're about to potentially get yourself a significant lead for a 6-3 of a gap, not in your favour. And once again, Zhou Yuelong has got nicely with the right side of the blue into the right middle, being 30 points clear of Mark Allen, so he's going to be entering the half of the points on the table zone, which certainly going to have a gap of 35 points now to his name, with the blue disappearing. And once again, lines himself up nicely for the red underneath the plant that the camera was focusing on earlier. So will require a lot of cue power yet again here. Either or, trying to screw back there onto the cushion and line himself a shot into the left middle for the pink, or potentially try and force the cue ball up the table and leave himself with the pink into the right corner or right middle to play. He's gone for option number 2, but ultimately option number 2 is probably going to see himself not line up on the red in the future. He's checking though if he can get through to one of those reds in the corner. And not too sure there is a gap there for the cue ball to try and land, but if there is, once again he has to produce a lot of cue action and a lot of backspin on the cue ball. So decent there in terms of getting the pink in, but is he actually on this red? So entering very important zone for him now. 42 points clear, 59 on the table. Force this red in as long as you pot it. You know, try and get yourself on the pink, which probably will put you towards the frame ball area. And the cue ball will inevitably go into one more red. And as long as that is in position, you're going to be set for the frame win. Zhou Yuelong is not too confident though in taking this red into the right corner. As I say, can't afford to miss it. 2 reds are currently safe, but they're not going to be safe if Mark Allen turns up in the form that he was producing earlier today. And after a lot of hesitation there from Zhou Yuelong, it looks like you'll have to settle for a safety approach. Still not necessarily the best outcome, getting 48 points on the break from the position that looked like he was going to be dead from the start. In the end, a break of 9 points at the start of it, and 1 point I should say, with him missing the pink straight away, to be backed up by 48 points later on. The shot time is reaching 70 seconds now, and it looks like he will take this red into the corner and say do or die. And it is going to be die for Zhou Yuelong, because probably wasn't the right shot to play, and probably is going to be the approach that is going to kill him in terms of losing this final. Because, as I say, I did say you have to play a safety shot. You have to know when to stop there. And all of a sudden, he's gifted those 2 reds to Mark Allen, putting all of them in the open place. The good thing for him is the black and 2 more reds are still out of the equation. But just as I say that, Allen plays a shot of the cue ball, landing nicely onto one of those reds and making it free from captivity there of the left side cushion. So all of a sudden 2 reds and a black turned into a red and a black here. And well, the clearance that didn't seem possible a shot ago, all of a sudden is only 2 shots away from it being easy. Leaping Dragon needs the big leap. Well, I mean, it needs probably the hugest leap we've seen this season. I know Ronnie O'Sullivan managed to come back from their 7-2 lead for Neil Robertson, but that was in best of 19. And that was Ronnie O'Sullivan, by the way. I'm just saying that. I don't think Zhou Yuelong in his dreams can imagine himself being on the same level as the 7-time world champion. Mark Allen, though, is certainly on the form of his life right now. And I think should he go on to win this match as comfortable as he's looking at the moment, he'll certainly describe this one as one of the best wins of his career. Of course, it's coming in the English Open, which will add to quite a successful campaign, of Mark Allen not necessarily being the sort of player that you have to say is the best in the world, but still having potentially 11.5 ranking titles right now, with him having more than one hand on the trophy here, you would say, for now. If you focus on the table situation, he's got a blue to line up for one last red, which is still finding itself on the black ball cushion, pretty much right underneath the black spot itself. And if you force the cue ball into it, you can try and cannon into it and try and get it into the open zone, but that's exactly the approach that Allen has taken, but it's not going to give him any more than 5 points on the blue and get him 25 points behind Zhou Yuelong here. So just shows you how important making that red would have been for Zhou Yuelong. Yes, that would have given him a lot more points to his name. Of course, Mark Allen was never going to take this red along the cushion in the position he finds himself in. And it is going to be a very successful safety shot for him in the end, with him barely giving an inch of this red for Zhou Yuelong to see. The break will end on 17 points scored there for Mark Allen. And the turn will go back to Zhou Yuelong here. Once again, we'll keep an eye on the poll here. So far, only 72% of you have gone for Mark Allen. In the situation that we find ourselves in, I still think this is very generous to Zhou Yuelong, and is probably a remark to the form that he was showing in the tournament and throughout of it. Dispatching some of the legends like Barry Hawkins, Mark Williams, his compatriot Xu Si being probably the only player you would have actually expected him to beat, and beating Mark Selby yesterday. Hasn't got too close to beating Mark Allen though, and needs to try and do that in the opening frame of this session though. There's pretty much just a red and a colour required now for Zhou Yuelong to be away in this frame, and I think it's a chance that he'll receive himself right now with Mark Allen not necessarily getting the red into the safe area, and as long as that red can actually go past the pink, I think we could be in here for a very entertaining shot from Zhou Yuelong, with the cue ball still being sent in towards the bulk area. It doesn't necessarily have to be an expensive colour now for Zhou Yuelong to get himself over the frame ball line. And of course, if he doesn't do that, you can always just try and roll one of those colours safe if he doesn't land on either one of them, or try and snooker Allen from reaching the yellow, which is going to be entering the 6 colour zone, and only 27 points for him on the table for now. While I do all these calculations, Zhou Yuelong will try to calculate all sorts of angles to try and go for the red. In the end, he'll miss it, and is he going to get away with it? Looks like he will, with it actually being very safe on the cushion. And is he going to find himself snookered here, Mark Allen? No, he isn't. But certainly not going to find himself with an easy safety shot to play. Probably was never going to be easy red for Zhou Yuelong to try and play on. But to be fair to him, had that red not finished over there, any of the pockets, he would have been very, very safe, which of course he hasn't. And right now, Mark Allen has got a decision ahead of him to try and make. Does he go for the red and transition it onto the yellow pocket? Or does he go for a different approach and try and squeeze the cue ball past that red, which is clipping an edge of the left-hand side of it, and trying to basically keep the red in the same position, send the cue ball down the table and back towards the sort of green or brown spot. In the end, he decided to send the red there. Doesn't want to clip the brown though, of course, because that's not going to be in his interest for the clearance. In the end, it's a decent shot there from Mark Allen, but ultimately the risk of sending the red in towards the bulk area is always going to be yourself fighting snooker. Well, you finding yourself snooker there on the following shot from Zhou Yuelong, with him having quite a big area to try to aim the cue ball into, in behind the brown or the yellow, but of course has to miss the green in the process, something that he hasn't managed to do, but still getting the cue ball in behind the yellow quite nicely. Let's see if Mark Allen has got enough room there for the cue ball to squeeze past those two. Yes, he has. So Zhou Yuelong, with a waste of a shot there, was always going to need to get this red through the green zone without touching it, something that he hasn't managed to do. And this could give a massive swift of momentum in this frame and in the current safety battle to Mark Allen, because now it's the pistol that has got a chance to roll the cue ball in behind one of the ball colours, or at least try and put the blue or the pink there in between the cue ball and the red, which is exactly what Mark Allen has done. And Zhou Yuelong will find himself sending his cue ball in towards the right side cushion, potentially cannoning into the black ball cushion as well, so sending the red up the table. In the end, they probably executed that one nicely, but unlucky with the red ball catching the pink full ball. Stays away very closely there into the left middle, but of course with the cue ball being right underneath it, it's not going to be an easy cut for Mark Allen, but the one that I personally think is going to be his best chance of winning this frame. Of course needs a red and a total clearance right now, Mark Allen, to make sure that you will be in for a chance for a 7-2 lead. The lead will surely kill all the hopes of Zhou Yuelong had ahead of himself going into the evening session. Instead, Mark Allen certainly showing us that he's not all about getting on with it very quickly, and he's willing to play one more safety shot, and let's play this one really, really well. He's probably just gifted a frame to Zhou Yuelong. If he can get through this red, I would expect him to try and actually pot here, as the match time has just reached over 3 hours here, so very rapid in terms of if you compare it to the semi-finals, with the early session being such a quick one with the average frame of about 22 minutes there. In the end, he could see the red, but he missed it, so Zhou Yuelong needs to do better than that. And how's the cue ball position? It's actually too good to be true there for Zhou Yuelong, as he actually lands a snooker here on Mark Allen. And as I say, missing that red was always going to see the cue ball go higher up the table, with probably Zhou Yuelong sacrificing a little bit of the red to see, try and make sure that he gets the cue ball safe. So even though he's missed it, probably was a sensible approach for him to try and take on. But now we're going to see Mark Allen sending the cue ball into the cushion there and into the red. But now, as I say, very important for him to try and get this red in safe, as he can't really afford to give away too many of those points. But I think he'd rather do that than leave a red on there for Zhou Yuelong, which is going to be very easy to do with so much of room there for him. As Mark Allen gets stopped with a fly, once again interrupting the play, something that we've seen in the semi-finals quite a lot yesterday. Not necessarily so much today, and hopefully there will be no more cloth troubles for Mark Allen, as a delay in his clash between Jack Jones was caused, with both Desislava Bojilova and Mark Allen himself trying to clear the cloth and make sure that the problem was resolved. So in the end, Mark Allen gets the red, but probably still leaves it into the yellow pocket. Of course, far from ideal for Zhou Yuelong, in case he actually was planning to get this frame wrapped up right now. Still has to work pretty hard for this shot, but I think you would expect him to try and take it on. Times his last spot reaching almost 8 minutes now. And this could be the one that actually gets him one more frame on the board. And he won this time around, and the red ball is going to go into the cue ball and be left over the left middle there. So, not necessarily getting the lock there, but I suppose you could say the same about Mark Allen being snookered on the previous shot. And in the end, it was 2 attempts there for Zhou Yuelong to tie and put this red first into the left corner, then into the yellow pocket. And in the end, it is Mark Allen with a chance that I would describe as straightforward for a clearance, apart from the last colour of them all. The black is still sitting on the left hand side cushion, and Allen actually refuses the red into the middle, which I am very surprised to see. You know, Zhou Yuelong had a look at it, so it certainly wasn't as easy as you might have thought there from the first look, but still 100% would have expected Mark Allen to at least have a shot at this red, potentially aiming towards the back end jaw. to make sure it didn't ricochet in the open play area. And once again, Zhou Yuelong just doing that double and potential triple cross double. Gets a lucky kiss off the brown, and once again has the cue ball in behind the yellow here. So Mark Allen has got it all to do ahead of himself once again here. And a reminder, 25 points separating the two players, with 35 still being on the table. So can't afford to leave the red on there, Mark Allen, but also can't afford to give 4 points, or especially 8 points there to Zhou Yuelong. So ideally wants to hit this red first time there. Sending the cue ball into the left cushion and play this one with power. Wants to clip this one nicely and will. So once again, Mark Allen, for the second time in this frame alone, producing a brilliant shot there in the snooker escape to not give any sort of room or breathing space now for Zhou Yuelong, with pretty much 2/3 of the table separating the cue ball and the red. Some concerning looks there in towards the left part of the stand by the referee and some members of the crowd, so you would expect someone to be a little bit too loud there for players and the referee's liking. I suppose that is part of the game and something that we're going to see quite a lot of as we get further and further into this final. Something that referee Kevin Dubrovsky has to control and sort of make sure he doesn't lose control here of the fans and the audience. For now, Zhou Yuelong has to make sure he doesn't lose the control of the cue ball as he sends the red up the table. The cue ball is going to go down towards the black spot here, and he's actually played a very nice safety shot there, putting a lot of distance there in between the cue ball and the red, but ultimately putting some angle in between those two as well, which leaves Mark Allen with pretty much the only shot that he can try and play. Power the cue ball into the red, pretty much full ball there, and hope that, you know, there's going to be a lot of the table in between them two. But in the end, as he catches the middle pocket jaw, he will leave this red once again for Zhou Yuelong into the right corner, with those reds getting tougher and tougher for him. With the first into the left corner was the one that I actually expected him to pot. The yellow shot, the shot into the yellow pocket was more difficult, but this one is the hardest of the three. But once again, as I say, it was a shot that potentially can lead Zhou Yuelong to the frame ball, and probably just a matter of time until he gets one of those reds. But in the end, the time could never come for Zhou Yuelong because he missed 3 in a row, and he missed it by so much that he actually produced a double kiss on the red. And Mark Allen, yet again, with a chance to take this red into the left middle, but this time it's a chance that he basically can't refuse. His time since the last pot, reaching 11 minutes 45 seconds there, so almost 12 minutes, and will absolutely hammer the red in. And ultimately, and very important for him, he'll bring the black into play as well here. So as long as he's got one of those reds, one of those colors I should say, available to him, black not necessarily coming to the perfect spot there, probably blocking the yellow into the natural potting angle there, into the yellow pocket. So now 2 options ahead of Mark Allen. He can either try and take the black with the rest shot if you can see enough of that, and if you can't, you can try and get the pink into the green pocket there. Try and get himself lined up perfectly onto the yellow into the green pocket, and then try and go from there. As I say, all colours apart from the yellow himself being very much messed up here. And is Mark Allen going to take an approach of just a safety shot here? He can afford to do that, but that will still leave away the yellow as a frame ball here. And for Zhou Yuelong, as he will put some of those colours in between the cue ball and the yellow. So the break will end on just 1 point there for Mark Allen. So ultimately, needs to make sure he gets all the 6 colours into the pockets, and Zhou Yuelong will only need one of those for him to be over the line in the frame ball. But for now, it's a massive task that he's got ahead of himself to try and catch the yellow in the way that actually he's not going to give away a colour for Mark Allen. Let's see if he can do that. Certainly don't think that's going to be easy for him to try and do. As he'll start off with sending the cue ball in towards the cushion here. I think it's going to be the ball cushion, surely, because you try and catch the yellow quite thin there and push it onto the left side cushion, with the cue ball being placed pretty much at the place where the right middle is. Important shot this is, but missed it by a mile, and certainly will be asked to put back there. So decision not to take a colour certainly paying off there for Mark Allen, as he'll get 4 points and the value of the colour back here, if it would have been the brown or the green. And of course, there's no real guarantee that Zhou Yuelong will put and not pot this yellow. I mean, there's no real guarantee of him doing that. In fact, there's probably no chance of him doing that, with him playing this one with solely all pace. Sending the cue ball in towards the yellow, closer, but still misses. And 4 more points will go the way of the man from Northern Ireland. So all of a sudden, the gap is down to 16 points. And still, as I say, no real guarantee of Zhou Yuelong making it past this yellow for the 3rd time of asking, as he's happy with the referee's placement. Being very quick so far, Kevin Dabrowski. Can't really complain with him slowing the game down yet. And needs to get this one 3rd time lucky there from Zhou Yuelong, and he will. This time, it's a good shot there. The yellow is not going to be playable for Mark Allen. But ultimately, the yellow is not going to be the frame ball for any longer for Zhou Yuelong, as he'll find himself needing a couple of more colours. I think the yellow and the green is going to get him 21 points, which is still not going to be enough. So needs now 3 of the cheapest colours that will give him the chance to claim the frame number 9 here. For now, it's Mark Allen with a decent safety shot. And in terms of Mark Allen, he'll still need to produce a total clearance here. And the colours are not necessarily looking any better than they were previously, with almost 100 votes there. 74% for Mark Allen, 26% for Zhou Yuelong. So certainly some of you are still giving Zhou Yuelong a chance. And I think with every frame that he loses, those chances will be reduced by half there, with Allen just edging ever closer to the win and claiming that Steve Davis trophy, which is looking very, very nicely there on the middle part of the table. And Zhou Yuelong taking the risk there, putting the yellow quite close to the right middle, but ultimately getting the green in between the cue ball and the yellow to an extent there. I think Allen can either try and catch the edge of this yellow or use the cushion to his advantage and try and get himself clear in terms of getting the yellow safe. Well, of course, something that he still can't afford to do is give the yellow away with a simple shot for Zhou Yuelong, because that will leave him with a straightforward transition on the green and the brown being very close to that zone as well. In fact, all 6 colours are separated by half a table length, and all being on the top part of the table, something that you don't necessarily see very often in a snooker match. And Mark Allen didn't play this shot well at all there. In fact, he's left the yellow with another chance now for Zhou Yuelong. And the previous safety is certainly doing the damage there to Mark Allen. And surely, from the 4th time of asking, I mean, it's going to be a bit more difficult for Zhou Yuelong in terms of this time he needs to make sure his cue ball positioning is actually going to speak for itself here. And well, better be good. But the pot is going to be crucial, because there's no point landing on the green if you miss the yellow, which is something that he's done there. Landing perfectly on the green, not necessarily perfectly, but still landing on the green, but missing the yellow ultimately into the left corner. And as I say, I needed him to be clinical for him to be winning frames, and he's had 4 chances now to get over the line in the frame. He hasn't taken one of them, and in fact, he's only getting further and further, and leaving more and more of those chances to Mark Allen. For now, Mark Allen will certainly go for a risky shot there. Barely misses a double kiss, and once again, probably leaves the yellow into the right corner, the one that Zhou Yuelong can't actually miss here. So it's all about getting that position on the green, but still, do not take your eye off the pot, as we've seen him miss 4 reds and 3 reds and 1 yellow that kept getting harder and harder. This time it's the easiest one of them all. And you'll get this one in, and is he going to be on the green into its own pocket? Yes, he will. Just about though, and it's not really a cut that you can try and take on and still be in with a chance of placing the cue ball onto the brown. So may have to sacrifice the chance And attempted snooker attempt. Well, attempt to lay off a snooker there on Mark Allen. If he doesn't find any better of a shot selection to play, I think it's going to get more and more tricky for Zhou Yuelong to get himself on the green and brown. In the end, he will go for the shot. He will make it. So the line is looking good for the cue ball. And he certainly took the aggressive approach on the 5th time of asking. And what a shot this is. Brilliant there from Zhou Yuelong. Now just roll the brown in. No heroics. No messing around. And he's certainly going to be away and into the 10th frame with, doing 25% of the job in terms of getting that 4 frames of a gap back to himself. And he will do that. So great stuff now and a great start from Zhou Yuelong, as we certainly are going to witness one more frame, well, than we could have. And Mark Allen would have been the frame winner here. And to start that was so important, ultimately, has to be backed up in the next frame by Zhou Yuelong by him performing some of the good snooker, but also, and ultimately, getting the most out of the position that he's got ahead of himself. As he'll miss the pink, but that's not going to matter, as it is going to be Zhou Yuelong 3, Mark Allen 6. Still a long way to go, but it's a lot better than be facing a 6-2 or a 7-2 gap there from Zhou Yuelong, as he now finds himself with a gap that is probably going to be considered respectful. And you're going to say, if he would have been going into the second session with a 5-3 frames of a gap, you lose the opening frame, and you have to say you're still in with a chance as long as you win the next one. And right now, it needs to make sure that is the case, as it is GG's number 9. And, well, the world number 10 is going to be entering the frame number 10, and he'll certainly try to make that GG's number 10 for himself. And GG's number 7 in terms of the wins in the frame, in the current match. Still going to be a massive favourite in terms of the odds there, Mark Allen. Those going as low as 105 until the second session has started. Now going on to 112 there. So Zhou Yuelong probably just doubling his chances to stay in this encounter for longer. And as I say, I have gone for the score prediction that I think I forgot to announce. I have gone for Zhou Yuelong 5, Mark Allen 9 there. So still expect a comfortable win there for the pistol, which I think is going to be compromised to an extent by the loss in the opening frame. But still, I think if Allen just manages to trade frames there with Zhou Yuelong, and for every single frame that Zhou Yuelong manages to win, if he takes away 1 frame more and just leaves the same gap of 4 frames in between them two, he is going to ultimately become the winner by a scoreline of around 9 frames to 5, 9 frames to 6, potentially 9 frames to 4 to repeat the scoreline that have seen him beat Zhou Yuelong in the Home Nations series 3 seasons ago. It was the second tournament there, Northern Ireland Open, was the home tournament for Mark Allen. One of his 11 ranking event titles wins to these points, and still could be one more in 2 or 3 hours time. But for now, after the first frame has actually been quite lengthy there, with it being in around 40 minutes spot. And on the clock here, we're still entering 8 o'clock here in the UK. And frame number 2 of the second session, it being frame number 10 overall, is about to start. Certainly looking forward from a response there. Once again to back up the frame win earlier from Zhou Yuelong and get himself 1 more frame on the board, which will put him within touching distance there of Mark Allen. Now we're still waiting for the pistol to return back to his seat, and he'll certainly be up and running very, very shortly with a break-off to follow there. As I say, very important for us to witness the frame win for Zhou Yuelong so early into the second session, as a little bit of a distraction there for Mark Allen. I don't think you'll like to see so many players in behind him walking around back to their chairs. Certainly don't agree with them doing that. I know it was a lengthy frame, but still don't be doing that on the first time of asking. At least do that on the, first couple of frames in the session. In the end, it's still a decent break-off shot there by Mark Allen, and Zhou Yuelong has got one and only red to try and deal with. Surely he's not going to try and roll this one into the corner point. Yes, he will. But he was always going to be the only red that he could have given away to Mark Allen. But ultimately, it's something that he's actually managed to do here. So, not necessarily sure it was the right red for him to go for. And in the end here, I think Mark Allen's going to have an easier shot into the right middle to try and take on. Let's see if he's actually going to make this one. The type of shots that we've seen him make in the opening session, but it's the one that he misses. And ultimately, the red is going to be very close to the right middle. So, well. I mean, 6-3, 6-4, massive difference. And it's certainly a massive difference to 6-2 of a scoreline. Of course, it's very, very early into the frame number 10. But it's certainly a chance for Zhou Yuelong to try and, well, put some points on the board on his name. Doesn't want to catch the brown, though. In the end, he'll be all right on the yellow. So, a little bit of a jump scare and avoidance from Zhou Yuelong would have been better. Ultimately, gets the red in. And he's going to be nicely on the yellow to just roll through. Get himself on the red into the yellow pocket for good measure. And not going to be too lengthy of the break, you would think. Unless Zhou Yuelong manages to make advantage and make usage of the two reds in the lower part of the table with a great effect and try and develop the position even more to his name. And for now, we've got 80 people watching. Thank you very much for everyone doing that in such late evening in the UK. Appreciate every single one of you. And once again, Zhou Yuelong, something that we haven't seen in the opening session is just the fire, and still no clinical performance though from Zhou Yuelong in the opening frame, but at least he gets himself a frame on the board, and I don't think he's going to care with the way he wins those frames. As I say, Mark Allen wasn't necessarily playing some of the best snooker earlier in the opening session, with him still managing to win all sorts of frames, but Zhou Yuelong will go into the reds with aggressive shot style and actually land himself on one into the right middle with so many reds to try and choose from right now. Probably too many of those going close to the black here. And El Pistolero, well, yeah, certainly heard of that nickname before. As I say, it's a massive shot right now for Zhou Yuelong to roll the red into the right middle. It's the type of shots that Mark Allen was making, and it's the type of shots that Zhou Yuelong was missing. And once again, I mean, the tendency will continue. And you can't afford to be missing shots like that if you are going to be the winner here in Brentwood. I mean, it is a difficult shot, but it's the one that you would expect professional players to take on. And he knows this one. He'll be disappointed and very happy with himself because he's just given a really nice position away to Mark Allen. And, well, what's the pistol going to do about it? He'll cannon into the blue, though. And he'll line himself up with the wrong side of the blue, but still very much on the next color. And, well, we haven't seen a really positive dynamic change in terms of Zhou Yuelong performance. Are we going to see, well, just to keep up the pace there from Mark Allen, to remain the player that he was in the opening session? Doesn't necessarily have to improve on the performance of his, but not necessarily the best shot to announce himself to the world. As you'll have now a lot of distance in between the cue ball and the red, with him catching the green full ball there, getting the cue ball on the baulk line. And this is not an easy shot for him to try and play on. The angle is going to be against him, and the cue ball control is also going to be limited. And when I say that, I do mean it. He's missed the red, as he's giving it away now to Zhou Yuelong, and probably has there with the little bounce there on the cue ball. And on the red itself, actually, away from the green spot and away from the green pocket as well. So, as I say, not necessarily the improvement from Zhou Yuelong, but certainly a downgrade earlier on from Mark Allen. We haven't seen any of those misses in the opening 8 frames. And Zhou Yuelong now needs to make sure this is the time for him to make that count. This is the time for him to push himself to an absolute limit. And this is the time for him to start winning frames and becoming clinical. And finding the best snooker of his life that, you know, somewhat that we were showing against Mark Selby, against Barry Hawkins, against Zhou there, against Mark Williams. dispatching all these wonderful champions. And a compatriot of himself, of course, for good measure, will roll the red in, but the cue ball will have no control there. In fact, Zhou Yuelong will have no control of the cue ball. Very lucky, actually, to land himself on the black to see the color there. With clearly him having no control of where the cue ball was getting. A little shake of the head there because he knows there's no chance of him potting the black into the corner. But at least there's a chance for him to try and play a safety shot here. Get himself to square one and a little bit of damage limitation earlier on the frame. And of course, when you are 6-3 down, the thing that you have to do, even though it's a very negative mindset, but you know, it's a strategy you don't necessarily have to use when you're playing well and you're winning, but it's a strategy you have to use when you're not being clinical, is don't lose the frame. Don't play well, don't worry about that, and not necessarily try and win frames. Don't lose the frame. Be patient, wait for your chance, because you can see that, and surely he has to do the analysis here. Mark Allen is not playing the best snooker of his life right now in the opening 2 frames, but he can still very quickly get up to that speed. And Zhou Yuelong needs to make sure when that actually happens, he's going to be within touching distance there in terms of frames 1. Well, and let's see if this is going to come in this frame, or are we going to have to wait a little bit longer there for the resurrection of the Phoenix, aka Mark Allen. For now, it's a decent safety shot there from Zhou Yuelong, and it's the one that will have Mark Allen, well, with something to think about. He's got a red to potentially try and roll into the right corner, with that not necessarily being the shot that you would normally go for, but I suppose if you land the cue ball perfectly on the black ball cushion, I think that's not necessarily going to be the worst shot approach. Certainly not going to give an easy red away there to Zhou Yuelong. I think you can sort of try and deal with leaving away some of those reds into the left middle, something inevitable, but in the end, I did say he was going to leave a red to the left middle, and he's actually gone with the shot approach that I suggested, but the red that he actually was playing for, he got sent into the bunch, and he's freed up one more red for Zhou Yuelong. Certainly to take a safety shot from, but potentially to try and play into the left middle, as I mentioned. And this has been a lot slower of a start to the frame, and to the first. Well, the first frame has certainly been the longest of the previous 8 frames, and the second one not necessarily starting with all the dynamic, all the speed, and all the rapidness of the opening 8 frames. Certainly, I think the fatigue and us being so late into the evening after such a difficult campaign and such a lengthy campaign for all of these players is going to come into play. And Zhou Yuelong probably playing the right approach of his shot there, but doesn't want the cue ball anywhere near the yellow pocket. In the end, the red itself is going to actually come very close to the left corner, so it's a decision now for Mark Allen. Does he go for the red? You just roll this one in. The cue ball will go into the area which sees the black ball there. Probably unlikely to find himself potting the red and the black, and lining himself on the black, of course, with the next shot. But it's a shot that he has to take with the safety careness in mind. So let's see. Very important shot right now for Mark Allen. At least get this red away from the pocket. And this is what he's tried to do. In the end, he didn't want a double kiss on this red. And has he left the shot into the right middle? And if he hasn't, he certainly has left the shot into the right corner. So we're not necessarily seeing anywhere near the form that Mark Allen was showing earlier in the match, which, you know, could still bite him and make his life a little bit more tricky than he would have liked. But for now, it's a difficult shot for Zhou Yuelong to try and take on. The sort of ones that he managed to miss earlier. But this is new session and potentially new Zhou Yuelong here. Are we going to see more of the same, or are we going to see a shift of the play? For now, we're going to see more of the same. And once again, a miss from Zhou Yuelong. And a chance given away to Mark Allen, surely. And yes, it is going to be a chance given away to Mark Allen. A red into the left corner is going to be available, with Zhou Yuelong not necessarily being anywhere near the potting angle of the red. And, well, let's see what's going to happen here. Mark Allen having a look at the red into the left corner. Of course, it's still a difficult cut for him. Zhou Yuelong wasn't trying to find himself on the red. He always knew he was going to have a green to play into the right middle and the blue to try and take on into the left middle if he wanted to do that. But this is a very important shot for Mark Allen into the left corner. Just roll the red in and try and get himself on the blue. Not necessarily doing that, hammering the red of a safety shot into the available zone. And in the end, not necessarily getting away with that. We'll give a shot away now to Zhou Yuelong to try and take advantage of into the left corner. Once again, can just try to roll this red in to the left corner with no real weight on him. And get himself in with a very good chance of a scoreline of 6 frames to 4 here. As I say, still a lot of work for him to do until then. And still looking to see if that red is actually worth taking on. I think it probably is if you can decelerate the cue ball enough there to land pretty much perfectly on the black ball cushion. So only Zhou Yuelong will be able to tell you that, with him having the perfect view of the angle. But I think it's marginal. And if you're going to roll the red, you have to make sure you do that with basically no extra power on it. And I mean, if you don't take this red on, make sure to just, you know, sort of clear it away there. And not like that, though. I mean, what a waste of a shot that is. You may as well not touch the red if you're going to try and play it like that. Because, you know, this is what disappoints me about Zhou Yuelong today. Mark Allen not necessarily playing his best here, but he tried to cut this red and to catch it very thin there on the edge. But, I mean, you catch it thick, you get the cue ball into the jaws. And you're very, very lucky not to give an easy chance away to Mark Allen. He's certainly going to give a shot into the right middle for him to try and consider. And he's also going to plant into the left corner for good measure there. As I say, I think the cut into the right middle is probably logical and is the easiest shot of the two. But it's Mark Allen's position. And, well, this is where the decision time has to come in. Does he trust himself to sort of find that spark and reignite the form that he was showing earlier? Or does he say, you know what, it's not 100% chance and I'm just going to wait till one of those comes around? And the worst thing from Zhou Yuelong, he probably can afford to do that, Allen, and he does that. So it's not the right shot approach from Mark Allen, but it's the one that he can afford to do. And the reason why he can afford to do that is because Zhou Yuelong is still not playing anywhere near the level that he will need to win 6 out of those remaining 9 frames. 8 frames, I beg your pardon. He needs to win 6 out of 8 frames to make sure he is the champion of English Open this year. And he starts off with a safety shot. And once again, what a dreadful safety shot this is. Catches the blue, full ball, leaves the red on, into the right corner. Mark Allen says, thank you very much. And I'll certainly try and take advantage of this time around. Because the cue ball will be going into the right hand side of the table, which is where 2 of the colours are positioned. You've got the black to try and go into the left corner if you want to. And in the end, it is Mark Allen's shot to try and measure here. And try and go for. Once again, probably going to go quite deep on this cue ball. So still an important shot and not an easy one. But there's a chance that he should have never been presented with. And is he going to be nicely on the pink? Yes, he is. So it's a brilliant shot there from Mark Allen. And the one that he had to make this one count. Of course, can't necessarily give, and allow Zhou Yuelong to get away with those types of errors. Mark Allen will certainly enjoy the applause from the crowd, and deservedly so. As I say, it was a brilliant shot for him to try and play into the right corner. Once again, this time around, it will be the pink to be sent into the left middle. And a lot of power once again required on the cue ball to get it somewhere close. The reds, which are still not necessarily, well, at least not all of them, are available to his name. And it's a perfect shot there in terms of what he actually could produce from the position he found himself on the pink. And he's now going to be going into another break chance. Very important, though, where the pink is going to land. And he's going to go on the blue spot. So it's a massive boost of Mark Allen's chances. And what he has to do 100% is try and keep that red as long as is possible at this moment in time on the pink spot until he actually will need it, and make sure that the pink will go back on his spot at the time when it's going to be available for Mark Allen to try and pot it into the corner pocket. So not necessarily luck there, but it's something, and it's a minor aspect of the game which makes this break a little bit easier there for Mark Allen. For now, he'll roll the green into the right middle, which was waiting there for Zhou Yuelong a couple of shots earlier. In the end, it was never meant to be, and it certainly was for Mark Allen, as he certainly makes a more sense and more clearance from the colours position right now. You know, the pink going on the blue spot, the yellow and green still being on their spots, brown very much in and around his own spot. Black is potable right now into the left corner, and the blue probably is the only one that you're not going to be able to get near off in the foreseeable shots there. But Mark Allen certainly on the break to get himself in with a chance for a 7-3 lead, and as I say, it's exactly what he needs. One chance in 2 frames is all that's going to take for Mark Allen to be away with hopefully a comfortable break for himself. He's had one of those in the previous frame, but in the end, he can only take some of those chances, and well, certainly this one will be there for the taking for him. As I say, the pink this time around will go on the black spot here. And not necessarily sure, though, why it wasn't there on the previous occasion. But whatever it was, that's certainly Referees Association shall ask about Kevin Dabrowski. But I'm certain there will be an explanation to that. This time, though, it will be yellow to go into its own pocket from Mark Allen. As there's no longer a pink to go on the blue spot. And you'll have to generate some sort of power on this cue ball to try and send the cue ball in towards the right cushion and back for one of the reds into the left corner here. Gets himself a lead of 15 points already with 83 points available. It might actually not be as little as you think it is, as you get a little kiss of the brown, though. That is not going to be part of plan here for Mark Allen. And he still is on the red, but the cue ball being so close onto the cushion, I mean, he's once again looking at his plant into the left corner. He might actually be better off with just trying to roll the red into the corner pocket here. Try and get himself on the black. But the problem is he'll have to play that red along the cushion with some sort of power. Hammer that one into the pocket and try and do something about the black on the following shot. He will take the plant on, though. A lot of distance in between the reds, certainly missable. And let's see if it is going to be missed. It won't be, as Mark Allen played this one really well, but didn't get any sort of traction on the cue ball. And, well, was aiming to play that one with a lot of topspin, I would have thought. But in the end, I think one of the reds, he actually played the shot probably too well there, because it was a plant. He actually found himself canning in the red that was meant to go further down the pocket. In the end, it was probably too good of a plan to be actually true there. So just a rest shot for Mark Allen to try and get the black into the left corner. And in the end, he will do that. And he'll get himself 35 points that are going to play 10 from Zhou Yuelong here. So very much on the potential rise for a frame win here. Mark Allen wants more rest shot here. Try and get the cue ball in towards the yellow, but certainly pacey this time around. Doesn't want it to be that pacey. And is he going to cause some damage to Mark Allen? I think he's going to be alright here on this yellow, although the angle that is going to be generated on the cue ball and with the power you have to play this shot doesn't necessarily give him the best chance of landing the cue ball perfectly on one of the reds into the corner. So it's probably still a shot that he has to take on. I mean, he probably is in a position that he can still afford to take those shots on, even if he misses the yellow. Gives me a little shake of the head to say, no, I can't afford to do that. But as a professional, you always have a chance of making those shots. It's tough yellow, but it's still the cut that you would expect Mark Allen to make. Certainly in his morning form. As his current form, though, it's one of those challenges that you have to pot if you are to become the champion, and he does make it stick, and he's alright on the red as well. Not perfect, but he was never going to be perfect from the angle that he actually found himself on the yellow. Nice little shot off the left cushion to get himself a nice little red setup into the right corner. And once again, a brilliant shot in terms of the cue ball control. Lands himself very, very nicely onto the pink to the right corner. And play through this pink right now. Try and get yourself on a red into the left corner and, well, be very, very close to getting yourself on a frame ball there. 35 points clear. It's going to be 59 points on the table right now, but you take away those two reds that are very much available for Mark Allen. You play those two with expensive colours, and you're probably not going to see any more of Zhou Yuelong here in this current frame. As Mark Allen is now 36 points clear. We'll make that 42 with this pink, and can get as far ahead as 50 points now from Zhou Yuelong until you'll have only two reds on the table. So 43 points available to that time of asking. So it's a red to put Mark Allen 43 points clear with still 43 on the table, but ultimately cue ball will be sent towards the top part of the table. Not necessarily going to get the pink or black from there. And his best chance is probably going to be to land on the blue, but the line is not going to be good here on the cue ball. And has he actually pulled off an absolute beauty of a shot? He would if the blue goes past the green into the yellow pocket. I don't think it does though. So it's going to be 43 points clear for Mark Allen and 43 on the table. Try and get the cue ball in behind the blue here and get himself a nice little situation to try and take advantage of later in the frame. Certainly hasn't been as straightforward and well, smooth as the opening session has gone for him, with the opening frame and a half taking almost 1.5 hours here, the length of the opening 4 frames in the opening session. But for now, it is Mark Allen pretty much job done, I would say. 43 points behind now is Zhou Yuelong finding himself with, and also snookered in behind the blue. So play the cue ball into the left hand side of the table. Probably have to bounce off the black ball cushion as well into the red on the right cushion. And well, let's see. He's going to be able to get at least one of those reds safe, especially if he plays into the bottom one. I think usually if he didn't care about giving the red away, he would always try and play the cue ball into the bulk area and send it down the table. But of course, any foul will make sure that he is going to be needing snookers here to catch Mark Allen. But it's a brilliant shot there and really well managed from Zhou Yuelong yet again here. Mark Allen has to find himself producing at least one more safety shot for good measure. And send the cue ball in towards the bulk area. I don't really think he could try and get the cue ball in behind any of the colours. So just get those two reds as close as it's possible to each other. And force Zhou Yuelong really to either try and take those two as a plant into the right corner, which is going to be ruthless and a little bit of a reckless shot as well, or try and potentially cross double the two, well, the one that he can actually see, the top red, but has to be very, very careful that he catches this one really thin on the edge of the left hand side, and of course doesn't cannon the first red into the second one. And in the end, it looks like he has played for a plant there. And ultimately, the decision that looks to be very much the wrong decision here, as it leaves the red into the green pocket there for Mark Allen to try and take it away in this frame and leave Zhou Yuelong needing 2 snookers. So very much looking like good game number 10 for the world number 10. As long as he just rolls this red into the green pocket, and of course he will. He is the world number 10 and he'll beat Zhou Yuelong now, with the Chinese player only having 10 points to his name. So the frame number 10 has been all about 10 points here and fine margins, but ultimately 44 points clear, 35 on the table, 3 snookers for Zhou Yuelong. I mean, it could not have got worse in this frame for the Chinese player. And Mark Allen certainly finds himself in a very similar position to the one that, he found himself going into this session, having a 4-frame cushion, but ultimately 1 frame closer to reaching the ultimate goal of this championship and making him the winner of the English Open. And what a black to follow up there as well. So that'll certainly take away any doubts, even though Mark Allen will find himself snookered, as long as he gets this one into the red area. He'll still be comfortably clear of Zhou Yuelong to make sure that he is going to be the frame to Mark Allen. Don't think it's going to matter massively. Is Zhou Yuelong going to come back to the table? Don't think he will. And he will though, so have to count 4 more points for his name. Think he would not have probably done that. As I say, 47 points behind, 35 on the table. Finds himself with in 3 snookers to tie. You could try and bring the free ball in the equation if you want, but ultimately Mark Allen has got a red to try and roll into the green pocket here. Just try and send it very close to it, and not necessarily have to force this one too wide, but the line is good there for the red, and he's going to drop, and it certainly is going to be a frame to Mark Allen, as it's a brilliant shot to finish off this frame number 10 and make it still Mark Allen's game to lose, as we're going to have the littlest and the finest of intermissions until the players will be back in action for the slightest of breaks. And right, ladies and gentlemen, and we're back now, so sorry about that. And I actually haven't missed any of the action, so it's a break-off shot now, once again from Zhou Yuelong, to get us underway in frame 11. And, well, as I say, it's still very much plan A for Mark Allen, as he gets himself one of the opening 2 frames, and it is going to be a perfect start for him right now. And once again, gets a safety shot away, but not necessarily getting the most out of the safety shot though. As I say, he had himself in a very, very reasonable situation and position. And in the end, it's Zhou Yuelong that is actually going to have a red into the left corner to try and play. In the end, he'll miss the red. And, well, what a mistake that is. Because that will give Once again, a straightforward chance to Zhou Yuelong here. Well, what are we going to see right now? Are we going to see some sort of comeback from Zhou Yuelong? Doesn't look like it actually is going to happen. And, well, I mean, let's see what is actually going to happen here. And it's a decent shot there, once again, from Mark Allen to get himself on the black here. So, in and around the black zone. So, yet again, well, that was fast. Yeah, that was just, you know, that was a technical break there. It was an actual intermission. We could still witness that, though, because 10 frames in, you know, I didn't really expect the two players to be playing 2 frames with 90 minutes there. But in the end, it is a much quicker start to the frame number 3 here of this session. And we're now just seeing Mark Allen roll another blue into the left middle here. And play it as a decent shot there, but in the end doesn't look like it's going to give Mark Allen any more than sort of 14 points that he already managed to achieve to his name. And let's see what you can try and do from here. As I say, not necessarily going to be very easy for him to try and do, well, really anything about the position that he finds himself with. Ultimately, try and play the cue ball into the red, potentially try and take it on there, but not necessarily convinced that this is the right shot for him to try and take on. And in the end, it wasn't, because he missed that red by quite a mile there. And it is going to be Zhou Yuelong coming back to the table, and certainly looking forward to having this break on, as the position development from Allen has gone to plan in terms of developing a couple of reds, but not necessarily getting the first red into the right corner. And right now it is going to be Zhou Yuelong with once again a chance to have a break. I mean, how many times have I said that today? But only 3 of those times have actually turned out to be the frame-winning breaks. Could we see the 4th one here? As I say, I mean, he's gone beyond the stage where I have to say he needs to win every frame. He needs to just take it on a frame by frame and make it a respective scoreline for now. I don't really think you can try and set yourself a goal with being 7-3 down, but never give up, of course. That is not an option for a snooker player, a sportsman, or a human being in any discipline at all. And once again, Zhou Yuelong makes the most out of the reds that were an easy situation. So this is now going to go to level medium of the difficulty with one more red to go into the left corner. He'll land himself on the blue into the right middle and try and get himself with a prime position to try and go into the reds, but in the end over screws massively for this blue. So does he take this one on and send the cue ball into the pack of reds with about 100 miles an hour? It's only 3 points clear right now of Mark Allen, scoring 17 points on the break. So as I say, it has to be more clinical than that, but still has got one more shot for him to try and play. If he is going to beat the blue, I'm not too sure about that. He can try and go for the brown into the green pocket, but ultimately I think it's going to be very, very difficult for him to try and manage the cue ball control in any of 2 of those shots. I mean, if anything, the yellow into its own pocket will probably make a little bit more sense. But apart from that, as I say, as he wanders in and around the table, certainly doing the mileage on his feet there. Not necessarily doing the same to the cue ball, as I say, still not getting enough out of those chances. Looks like he will go for the brown into the green pocket, so try and get some action on the cue ball. And actually may settle for 4 points on the board there. Surprised to see that approach from a player that is actually 4 frames down, and surely this is a time for him to make things happen. And I mean, if you were going to try and play very, very careful, you had to do that when he was a scoreline of 1 frame each. Oh, I see what he was trying to do there. So he had a plan to play into the right corner, but in the end he'll miss the plans and he'll give the same red away into the left corner there for Mark Allen. And, well, he could have fluked the red into the middle. In the end, it looks like he faked a little bit as well, but not necessarily want to see the fluke in a match of this magnitude anyway. Yet again, Mark Allen will just try to roll this red into the corner pocket. In the end, you'll miss it. So, as I say, all of these deciders may be getting to Mark Allen. And it's a great shame that Yuelong is actually not making the usage of the lack of table time and the lack of frames that he had to play against the likes of Barry Hawkins, Mark Williams and Mark Selby yesterday. Surely one more chance for him into the left corner to play the red, get it and get himself on the black here into the right corner. So chance number 3 in this frame, and of course the second time that we've seen him actually score a point. The first one, him missing a long shot of the red. So once again finds himself in and around the black spot. Will try to roll the black into the corner pocket nicely to get himself started. So now 15 points clear of Mark Allen, still 99 on the table after the early difficulties of both of these two. Once again, just roll the red into the right corner and force the cue ball on towards the black here. Nicely done yet again. So 16 points, the difference in between Yuelong and Mark Allen. And, well, I mean, try to roll the black in here into the left corner. You're probably going to face another red into the same pocket area with no real angle on it, which I don't think necessarily is going to be an issue for Yuelong, as he barely managed to get that black in. It would have been safe in terms of the red with him actually going for the same pocket approach, but still, the last thing that he wants is to miss a black off the spot here in a position that he's probably turning into a frame-winning opportunity, as someone like Stephen Hendry might say in the commentary box. Once again, Yuelong has got a chance to play into the reds, and I think he's all right here. A little bit of a scare in terms of not necessarily getting the perfect contact on the cue ball, but I think if he just bridges over enough there, I think he'll take the note from Kevin Dubrovsky saying that it is a touching ball, but of course he's still allowed to play away from that red, and it's not going to be the red that Yuelong tries to pot into the right corner, but ultimately rushes this one and surely gives Mark Allen away a position that I call a frame-winning position. But as I say, you know, Yuelong had no need to go into the reds from the position that he actually found himself in. He's got a couple more available to his name. He decided to try and force their position there and ultimately probably give away a frame here, because yet again it is 6 reds in a perfect position for Mark Allen after he puts one of them, and scoreline of 7-3 doesn't look like it's going to get any better for Yuelong here, as Mark Allen seems to be in complete control and dominating the table time here. Yet again, you'll just try to roll the black in to the right corner. And as I say, roll the black in. I mean, he absolutely hammered that black in to get himself some sort of angle. I mean, fair play for doing that. Certainly shows that he's got some sort of confidence. In the end, probably does just about enough with the power. Still probably a little bit short, but it felt like there's no way there's any sort of chance of Mark Allen getting more of that power on the shot on the cue ball. And once again, just use the cue ball to roll through this blue as he lands the wrong side of it. But not going to be an issue, as long as the cue ball is going to be quite close to the left cushion area. And you can try and go around the table, of course, if he wants, which is something that he's actually gone for. In the end, the cue ball is just going to end up right underneath the blue spot. So it was all worth it in the end. And still 17 points short now, Mark Allen, of Yuelong. Try to get this red into the right corner and get himself once again nicely on the black into the right corner. But ultimately, wow, what a miss that is. I mean, what a miss that is. It probably is not as bad as the pink miss earlier in the first frame, but right of this session, but still a massive miss there for Mark Allen. And could that be pressure? I mean, he was having to sort of break for the red and didn't go for an extension in the end, didn't want to lose momentum. But yet again, Yuelong finds himself with a golden opportunity to take away another frame for himself there, away from Mark Allen. and take us to a guaranteed of at least 13 frames here. Of course, still has to do some sort of work here with 67 points still on the table. Once again, it's the side of reds that he actually managed to miss it into the left middle pocket this time. He'll make this one stick. And of course, a really straightforward task ahead of himself, with one more red being in open play, one more being very close to the right corner pocket, and two more being separated by barely an inch. So those two will have to see the cue ball cannon into the pairing of them. And very careful once again from Yuelong. Just to roll the blue in, try and get himself with a nice position onto one of those reds. Into the right corner, with him being 23 points clear. Well, all these four reds probably will be needed for him to get himself over the line in frame number 11 here. But for now, needs to take those one at a time. And the first one is in. The cue ball is going to be landing nicely on the blue ball. So once again, the position that turns into an amateur probably type of position for you to try and clear the table from. And as the blue will be rolled into the left middle, once again Yuelong will have the red into the right corner pocket to try and play. And yeah, just a little bit of topspin on this cue ball. Land the red into the corner pocket, get himself a black into the opposite side of the table, and he's now 30 points clear. So one more, well, obviously the black here, and one more red will get him over the line and away in frame number 11, and make it a scoreline of 7 frames to 4. Still a very long way from Mark Allen, but of course it is better than facing a scoreline of 8 frames to 3 there, as he gets the black in there. So one more time, and this red is the frame ball. Wasn't perfect, but in the end it is going to not matter one bit there to Yuelong, as I think we've gone past the clean and brilliant side of the play, and it's all about grinding out those frames one by one and hopefully getting himself a win of this session by at least 6 frames to 2. That'll get us into a decider, and that'll get things going in between those two. If we are going to see a decider, still very much unlikely at this stage of the match, with Mark Allen still having a very comfortable advantage to his name. But he's, as long as Yuelong doesn't let him get away with this one too soon, he's still going to be in there when it matters. And once again, it gives him an opportunity to win the next frame and only make it a difference in between the frames of only 2 of those two. For now, it's 83 points of a gap, and potentially the highest break of this of this session, number 2, and the mini session, of course, to start us off here. There's a nice shot on the yellow, so yet again, roll the green into the yellow pocket, and he decides to go in and around the table, so certainly showcasing some brilliant skill there in terms of the cue ball control. Probably showing that a bit too late there to see a bit more of that in the opening session, but ultimately he's still ahead in this session by 2 frames to 1 here. The problem is he's got so much ahead of him to try and do, and still a break of potentially 63 points will get him underway nicely, as certainly have to work hard for this clearance if he makes this one. For now, he gets the blue into the left middle, gets himself on 95 points. Still only 50 of those coming on the current break, and of course it's a break of 50 that we haven't seen too often from Yuelong, as in the end the pink will stay out there, but ultimately it is Yuelong 4, Mark Allen 7, and Yuelong will survive for one more frame here, and well, certainly we'll need 13 frames to see us through, and let's see if it's going to be more than that. For that, we're going to have to see Yuelong win a couple more of those frames. As for now, he guaranteed to himself to not make it the worst scoreline than the last time he was facing Mark Allen, with that match of course finishing with a scoreline of 9 frames to 4. This time around, he's got himself in a similar sort of position, but still 2 more frames needed for Mark Allen, and 5 more frames needed for Yuelong here. as he's still in a great situation to try and find himself away and comfortably away, of course, into the title zone for Mark Allen. And Zhou Yuelong has to dig in very, very deep there for himself and, well, just try and take it on a frame-by-frame basis on this point. As I say, when he's 3 points away from Mark Allen, it's still mission possible, but next time he's going to be 3 points behind from Mark Allen, with it being a scoreline of 8 frames to 5. It is probably going to be game over at that point. You can't really allow Mark Allen to have 4 chances to get himself a frame on the board that will ultimately win him the title. For now, Kevin Dabrowski will get those colours on this position as the people still make their way out of their seats. Shortly, the frame number 12 will begin, and once again, as the story has been of the second session, it is the frame that Zhou Yuelong must win. And of course, the first intermission here of the second session will be after this frame. Mark Allen still, of course, can't get himself away into the title zone without the intermission break, but ultimately Zhou Yuelong will try and get himself within 2 frames away there from Mark Allen. And, you know, if you take it on a mini-session basis, if you win the opening mini-session by 3 frames to 1, and you do the same in the second one, all of a sudden, it's a decider. And it's nothing that, you know, Zhou Yuelong couldn't have hoped for a better outcome. If he finds himself playing in a decider against Mark Allen, he will be the happiest man on earth. Happier than Mikel Arteta when he's seen Arsenal equalise in their clash against Man City. But for now, it is Mark Allen to get us off into frame 12 here. And Zhou Yuelong will have to try and find response yet again here, as he's still the man behind. And he still has got a 3-frame deficit to try and climb back there to reach Mark Allen. Chowdhury says Zhou win. A lot of people in the chat were actually saying Zhou win, so I don't know whether to say it is making Mark Allen not so popular in the current chat situation, or Zhou Yuelong just being the fan favourite. And from the snooker that he has produced, I certainly see him as the favourite for this final, especially with the way that Allen has been playing himself. As Mark Allen will get 6 points on the board there, as it's a foul from Zhou Yuelong, as he tries to play into the cushion and catch the bunch of the reds. In the end, you have to go back on the same position for the cue ball. As the pink was restored, as Kevin Dabrowski will try and get himself comfortably sets up with the cue ball. Don't think it's going to take him too much time here, as he seems to be quite confident with where the cue ball actually was. So once again, attempt number 2 for Zhou Yuelong. Get himself, well, up and running in the frame number 4 in the second session. Wants to avoid the touching ball if it is going to be perfect. And in the end, it looks like he's done that. So 6 points to give away, not necessarily the worst outcome. Something that he mustn't do is give away the position there to Mark Allen. With the world number 10 not necessarily being as clinical as he has been throughout this match in the opening session so far. But still, ultimately, finding himself and finding enough power within himself to get himself a frame on the board, which still looks to be very important. As I say, and he lost that frame. It would have been a scoreline of 6 frames to 5, still in his favour, but only with 1 frame in it. And instead, he's still got a comfortable cushion of 3 frames to his advantage. Suddenly changed the game and John going for the winning stage. Well, I mean, I don't necessarily think he's going for the winning stage. Because, I mean, has he ever been close to going into the winning stage here? I think the closest he's been to being in the winning edge here was on frames number 2 and frames number 1. Because on frame number 1 he was facing a scoreline of 0-0 there. And on frame number 2 he was actually going for the scoreline of 1 frame each. And ever since, it has gone downhill for the Chinese world number 32. But right now, it's not necessarily going uphill for Mark Allen either, as he leaves the red into the right corner there for Zhou Yuelong, something that we've seen him do quite a lot throughout the second session, and something that not necessarily seeing him do at all in the opening session. So as I say, a very much of a contrast of performance for Mark Allen, and Zhou Yuelong needs to produce a contrast in his performance. Tries to roll the red into the corner, and not necessarily sure the black is available into the right corner, so Zhou Yuelong will have to go for the bold colours. Cue ball seems to be pacey though, wants the cue ball to stop there, and is he going to be fine on this yellow? Not necessarily think he will be. Probably finds the cue ball right on the bulk line, and far from ideal circumstance. So can he just roll this yellow into the green pocket? Match time has just gone over 4 hours, so the action of already 1 hour of the table time here in session number 2. And Zhou win this frame as well. Well, I'm here for it, as I say. Haven't got a horse in the race. But if I did, it would be Zhou Yuelong here, with him being the underdog. And the fans always love the underdog story. And I mean, what an underdog story it would be in the parallel universe where Zhou Yuelong actually manages to produce the comeback for the ages here. I mean, it'd be something along the lines of Ronnie O'Sullivan producing a comeback against Jordan Brown at the Welsh Open, but ultimately still came away short in a decider. Zhou Yuelong, though, will roll the yellow nicely into the green pocket, get himself a red into the opposite side of the table, into the left corner here, and go deep into the cue ball, try and get himself on the blue into the right middle. And all of a sudden, you've been with a decent chance here. I still wouldn't call it a good chance for him to try and steal the frame in the current visit to the table, but you know, a couple of reds out of the table, and right now you can just see Zhou Yuelong trying to and asking Kevin Dubrovsky to eliminate one of the flies or insects that has gone on the table, and just roll the blue into the right middle, try and get the cue ball down the table here, but not necessarily getting anywhere near the positional shot on the red. But good thing for him is he always had the backup into the right middle, but the problem is not necessarily the backup that is going to be easy with so much distance in between the cue ball and the red. The red is very close there to the right middle, but the cue ball control, the red itself, it's not looking perfect, so needs to be precise this shot, and certainly not going to have a lot of power. So it was precise, but not necessarily the best in terms of getting on one of those colors perfectly. It's got a shot selection of either probably brown or blue here. I don't think there's any point to go for the yellow. And what a surprise, Zhou Yuelong will go for the yellow into its own pocket, but hesitates, so probably wants to just make fun of me for making it the wrong shot selection. And in the end, he'll hammer the yellow into its own pocket. This time, the line from the cue ball is looking better, but it's going to be quite close to the cushion yet again here. So the cue ball is going to be heading away to the bulk area yet again now. If he is going to go for this red into the left corner. Go fast, Zhou. Go, go. Well, to be fair, I get what you're saying. And not necessarily sure if we're on the same page, but I would like Zhou Yuelong to get himself a little bit of rhythm. And the best way for him to get rhythm is to get all these pots in, get himself perfect positional shots, and line himself up for a nice little position on the collar. Something that we're not necessarily seeing here at the early stage of frame number 12. As for now, he'll roll one of those reds into the left corner, and once again has got a decision ahead of him to try and make. Does he go for the yellow and screw back as much as he can into the cue ball, or does he try and go for the green into its own pocket there, or does he go for the third option of the brown, which certainly will have a lot of traction on the cue ball, but not so much in terms of the actual potting chance of the brown into the yellow pocket. So it's the one that is going to prove to be tricky, so he needs to make it very, very clear and probably spotless in terms of the positional side of things, and he's done that. So it's a perfect shot there from Zhou Yuelong, and it's a lot better, and it's something that I and many fans that are neutral would like to see Zhou Yuelong to try and do a little bit more to get that gap down to a couple of frames, be within touching distance there of Mark Allen, and potentially put some more pressure on Pistol, something that we still yet to see in the entire encounter. For now, one more red to go into the right corner, and yet again, flawless with his break from Zhou Yuelong. And Alan needed that trophy to rebuild his confidence big time. Well, I mean, let's see. He's not there yet. He's still a couple of frames away. And Zhou Yuelong being in form will certainly spice up things here a little bit. But still, he is on the verge of being comfortable on the break. You know, be in and around the black spot. But had to be very precise in terms of his shot on this red. And I don't like the body language yet again here. He had a simple job there, and I don't want to see him running himself out of position. And please don't tell me that's something that he's done. Can he get past that red into the left corner? Probably can't. I mean, it's the one that you have to look for a very long time to make your mind up, but he probably just about can't do that. And well, one thing he has to make sure he doesn't make the same mistake as he has done in frame number 10. You know, taking the red that wasn't there, Mark Allen in the end was able to steal the frame away from Zhou Yuelong. And, well, it looks like he will take another red into the left corner pocket, so it's the one that is tricky. But, of course, he's guaranteed to go past the other red. And this time of asking, it's a brilliant shot at the end with, you know, him still landing pretty awkwardly on the yellow, but one of the reds has gone into the top part of the table, and still, as much as he's hanging on in this break, it could be the break for the ages should it be the one that counts. Because some of the shots he had to play were far from easy and ideal, and still a lot of work for him to try and do in terms of improving his positional side of things. But as I say, we're way past the zone of, you know, me asking from Zhou Yuelong a perfect snooker and a snooker of his life here. All I'm asking is a couple of frames here, the scoreline being quicker and closer in between the two of them, and a bit more pressure on Mark Allen, and maybe the pressure that will actually make him play better, something that we're not necessarily seeing in this second session yet from Mark Allen. And 15 minutes intermission that he's going to follow after this frame, not necessarily going to be the worst case scenario for Mark. As for now, it's Zhou Yuelong that has got one more red onto the top part of the table to roll into the green pocket, lining himself up with a nice little shot on the brown, as he doesn't want to be straight on it, and I'm pretty sure he won't be. So one last red for him to try and aim the cue ball down. Very similar in terms of the one that, you know, he was sort of going for anyway, a couple of shots ago. In the end, probably didn't manage to execute that shot as well as he could have. And he's going to be attempt number 2 now for Zhou Yuelong. Certainly taking into account the earlier mistake. And 2-cushion approach there, but wants to miss the blue, and he won't do that. And he'll find himself snookered on the Romanian reds. So a break of 34 points is all that Zhou Yuelong can do from here, unless it looks an absolute miracle here. Let's see what is going to be done now by Zhou Yuelong. Is it going to be safety shots and him seeing just enough there off the edge of the red? Or is he going to try and send the cue ball onto the cushion and onto the big pack of reds? With the big pack of reds that I mentioned is actually consisting of 6 reds and 3 plants of 2 there. With one of those actually might be going quite close to the left corner pocket. And in the end, Zhou Yuelong will just send the cue ball safely in towards the green pocket. So break ends on the 34 points scored for him, and he's got now 28 points of a gap on Mark Allen with still 91 points on the table. And a very important frame number 12. Of course, should Zhou Yuelong win it, it will bring him onto a win in the first mini session with a scoreline of 3 frames to 1. And if he manages to do the same thing, as I keep mentioning a couple of times already, will be going into the decider inevitably. But for now, it's a massive ask ahead of Zhou Yuelong to win this 12th frame, and it's a chance given away by Mark Allen. So are we getting to that A little bit of a squeaky bum time for Mark Allen here. Certainly not producing the best snooker that we've seen of Mark Allen today, and tries to kill one of the flies there. Zhou Yuelong being very ruthless. Crowd certainly seeing the funny side of things, as he probably will, as he goes back to the chair to make sure that he doesn't leave any fingerprints on the table, in case the fly police will be after him. And back to the serious side of snooker we go. Very important shot now. Not the ideal time for the fly to interfere, but will be if he actually manages to take this red into the left corner, land himself on the colour, and he'll do just that there. And it's a brilliant performance in this current frame so far in terms of the long pot from Zhou Yuelong. Now, can he make more out of the position that he actually has got ahead of himself now? He's got one more red to try and land just above the black here into the left corner. So very much a deep screw now off this blue. And you may actually see one more red there available to his name. But has he landed on it? Not necessarily sure. And still I'm looking forward to see which red he was actually trying to aim for. And Mark Allen certainly looking in the sky there, just probably catching a break and, still maybe trying to realise where his form from the afternoon session has gone. Certainly nowhere near to be seen. As 40 points now for Zhou. You don't see him with a break off with an advantage in terms of points over Mark Allen of 34 points right now. And yeah, so Zhou Yuelong in the end couldn't see enough of the red to try and play it into the left corner pocket, and probably the right thing for him to try and do, force the cue ball into the black spot and force the black underneath it, with one more red being on the left side cushion. Where can I watch live? Depends which region you're watching from. If it's going to be Asia or Australia or Oceania or any other region for you outside of mainland Europe and the UK, I think it is WST TV that you can try and watch it on. Don't have to leave out South America, Africa and North America like that. But if you are watching it on mainland Europe, Eurosport or TNT, if you're watching in the UK, is the way for you to try and do that. As for now, Zhou Yuelong certainly is trying to get this red into the left part of the corner pocket there. Good host, thank you, appreciate that. One more red for Zhou Yuelong will get him on the collar, and surely will be within touching distance there of claiming this frame. Potentially was aiming for the pot there, but getting the cue ball safe clearly was the priority there for the Chinese player. And he's managed to do just that, landing Mark Allen really awkwardly there. You're welcome, lovely message there. Sending the cue ball very close to the green pocket, and well, Mark Allen can try and go for the similar approach in terms of sending one of those reds towards the left corner pocket, free up even more of those for him or Zhou to take advantage of later on in the exchange of a safety. Watching from Pakistan, and hello to Pakistan there. Let us know if, well, the region that you're watching from in the chat if you want to. But Mark Allen for now comes away with a really nice shot there. Sends the cue ball up to the top part of the table. But I did say it was a nice shot in terms of getting the red save. But still the cue ball is going to be in the zone of availability there for Zhou Yuelong to go for one more red into the left corner, which he will dispatch brilliantly yet again here. So the long pot game of Zhou Yuelong has certainly improved since we've seen the second session kick off here. And can his clinical part of the game, his positional part of the game, and his mental part of the game improve just as much here, with him trying to knock on the door here for getting the fifth frame on the board for himself. For now, we'll get the green into its own pocket, and a lovely stock there. As I say, the cue ball was quite close to the ball cushion. In the end, still cued this one really, really nicely to land on at least one of the ball colours. And Yuelong, though, will find himself needing a rest and probably one, if not two, extension shots there. Zhou for the winner. Well, let's see. As I say, still a lot of the frames to be played, potentially for Yuelong. Still only in frame number 12. Take this one, we guarantee to have a lot more of those. But for now, has to focus on taking this red into the left corner. He goes for the one that is actually further away from the cue ball. So get some power on this cue ball, but ultimately find himself with a tougher cut to try and face. And in the end, he'll get that into the left corner pocket very, very nicely for himself. As I say, being 39 points clear is going to actually be very, very handy should he run himself out of position on the three reds below the pink there. Until then, he still has to make the most out of the two reds available to him into the left corner, with the first one coming up shortly. Give himself, as I say, once again a lovely little situation there to find himself with. For now, send the cue ball in behind for the blue to either try and get himself perfectly on the last remaining red. That probably is going to be the last time you actually will require, barring Snookers and him getting on the colour from that. To see Alan actually needing a snooker or two there. Yes, that's exactly the calculation that Yuelong is doing while looking at the scoreboard. Of course, he is ahead by 42 points, still 59 on the table, but him taking the blue into the left middle will make sure he's 47 points clear. One more red will get him to 48 points clear. And only just about makes the blue, though. I mean, I kept my eye on it because I've seen some of those miss throughout the tournament. In the end, he's tried to go into with the cue ball into the reds, and he's actually landing on two of those really, really nicely into the left middle or the right corner here. Into the left middle or left corner, I should say. We'll go for the left corner shot, send the cue ball higher up the table for one of the cheaper colours, but certainly not going to be a massive issue right now, as long as he's on one of those. Not necessarily going to find himself in the best position there, and yeah, right in behind the brown, so awkward situation, and probably the one that you have to roll the cue ball in behind the brown. Don't risk this one, Zhou. I'm saying it's a neutral, but a little bit of a Zhou fan right now. With I think still a 7-5 scoreline will make me go back to neutral. And yeah, I think it's a logical shot for him to try and play in behind the brown. Maybe if he doesn't play for the brown, make sure you put one of those colours safe. He's 48 points clear, 51 on the table. So if you try and take the green into the middle, you might miss it and actually leave it over the pocket for Mark Allen to try and make usage of later in the frame. So probably just roll in behind the brown. Make sure you actually generate enough pace on the cue ball to reach the brown. And put Mark Allen into a little bit of a spot of bother here, as the three of those reds are very much in open play. But that actually means Mark Allen escaping from a snooker is going to be a little bit difficult, especially in terms of getting one of those reds safe. I think he's going to have to try and do that from the right hand side of the table, just trying to clip one of those reds on his way in, but of course can't afford to give out a foul, because that will seem needing snooker straight away, and he's gone into all of those three reds. So we'll give out a red into the right middle for Yuelong, and certainly looking like it could be turning into a 7-5 frame advantage now to Mark Allen, and all of a sudden this is a little bit of a switch in the game here, but Yuelong still needs to make this one count. And what a mistake and what a mess this is. Yuelong, I mean, all you had to do was to roll the red into the middle pocket, and the cue ball should have been anywhere near the corner pocket. But just as I say that, and just as I shout at him, I mean, he has eliminated a red for Mark Allen, so not necessarily sure that this is actually going to be a massive point of debate there for him. Let me just sort out the scoreline. Mark Allen, by the way, will miss a shot into the left corner. So it was a massive miss from Zhou Yuelong in terms of him being over the line here. But in terms of only 2 reds are available right now. So ignore the 51 on the scoreline. It still is looking at 43 remaining. But I'll try and fix that with the next red disappearing hopefully very, very shortly now from Zhou Yuelong. And get himself comfortably into the next frame zone. But he won't do that quite yet here, you would have thought. And Mark Allen will have one more chance to stay in the frame, needing only a single snooker here. So being behind by 44 points, only 43 on the table. Next frame will Zhou will win as well. Well, I mean, if he does that, you're going to have to do that after the mid-session interval. Because right now, Mark Allen will find himself getting the red into the left corner. And still, of course, remember, he will need snookers. This scoreline will be sorted out as soon as the pink will go into the right middle. And will actually get himself on 17 points after this, with only 35 on the table. So, still finds himself marginally in this frame number 12. Because right now, as I say, a break off 7 points for Mark Allen and only 35 on the table. So 2 points short there to tie in this frame and send the cue ball up the table. Or potentially send the red ball up the table if he wants to and roll the cue ball in behind the black here. It was an option, but the red is coming down the table and certainly not doing enough there in terms of the cue ball placement. So Zhou Yuelong still finds himself being quite a strong favourite for this frame. Mark Allen needing snookers, and as I remind you, that will make sure that Zhou Yuelong has actually managed to win this mini session by 3 frames to 1. And he's still very much in contention for the title spot, as a brilliant shot there from Zhou Yuelong actually sees Mark Allen needing to find himself out of a snooker situation. Probably 2 cushion escape into the red, send it towards the right hand side of the table, or you can try and catch a full ball there, send it towards the green pocket. In the end, it's a decent shot there from Mark Allen, but it's probably the one that is going to see him lose this frame, because Zhou Yuelong certainly, as you can see this red, which I think he can just try roll the red in towards the green pocket. Doesn't necessarily have to pot this one, but just to make sure that Mark Allen has to take this one out of the table. That will put the free ball, I should say, danger area out of the game. So try to force the red into the green pocket. In the end, not too sure about that shot selection from Zhou Yuelong, but in the end, Mark Allen will come back to the table for at least a couple of more shots. And with the cue ball and the red being separated by barely a meter here, I think he can try and send the cue ball in towards the lower part of the table. In the end, he'll actually try and pot the red himself. So, interesting shot selection. I suppose he had to make sure that he had a chance to get this red with an expensive colour without being pink. So that will still keep him in the equation for just chasing a single snooker to win this frame without needing a respot. And a lovely shot there from the pink to try and cannon the cue ball into the black here to bring the most expensive of colours into the play. And that'll certainly be handy for Mark Allen as he finds himself 30 points behind and still 27 on the table here. So this frame is not quite over yet. Mark Allen, as I repeat myself, only needs a single snooker to try and land on Zhou Yuelong and see his opponent miss the yellow and, well, potentially leave the free ball with the way those colours are set up. And for now, once again, finds himself having to play the cue ball into the cushion first and hammer the yellow onto the lower part of the table. Catches this one really nicely. The referee, once again, has to take a part-time killer job as he eliminates one of those flies that has gone onto the table, which seems to be the sacred zone. Certainly in terms of fries being eliminated. Once again here, Mark Allen, after a brilliant escape shot from Zhou Yuelong, has to find himself facing a snooker and gets the yellow in. But is he going to force it towards the right middle? No, he's not. And once again, lovely shot there from both of them in terms of, landing a snooker on your opponent, but also trying to escape a snooker yourself. Both Zhou Yuelong and Mark Allen have already done that a couple of times in this frame. And very refreshing for the players and for the fans to, of course, see that happen, with both of them acknowledging the quality of those shots. And Zhou Yuelong, if he sees enough of the yellow, he can try and go for a double potentially into the left middle, or he can try and get the cue ball in behind the blue here and line up another snooker for Mark Allen to try and escape from. Lovely stuff here in terms of the safety battle. Far from ideal from Mark Allen still. Of course, he would like to see himself trying to set up a snooker and set up a snooker trap there for Zhou Yuelong, but so far it was actually Mark Allen that found himself on the receiving end of those snookers for more times than Zhou Yuelong. But once again, a brilliant escape from Mark Allen. Sees Zhou Yuelong facing quite a difficult snooker this time around. And the frame will not end like that. One more shot required now for Zhou Yuelong, and this is not easy with so much distance in between the cue ball and the yellow itself. Certainly there's not going to be any sort of way of trying to swerve around the brown. So I have to force the cue ball into this yellow, but it's not so much of a target zone for him to try and aim at. He was thinking about swerving there, but clearly thinks against that, with the cue ball being very close to the cushion, and so much of the brown sort of percentage there being in the way makes this very, very difficult. And Zhou Yuelong has to do geometry classes here as he tries to study the power and the angle that he has to send the cue ball in towards the left hand side of the table to try and catch this yellow quite comfortably. Of course, that's going to be the goal number one, but preferably the goal number two is going to be not to leave an easy setup for Mark Allen to lay off another snooker here, which could still be very possible with the pink being right around that spot and the black still being very, very attractive for Mark Allen to try and line up a snooker attempt should Zhou Yuelong find himself escaping from this one. Of course, there's not going to be any sort of miscalled on this one, and it's a decent line from the cue ball, and in the end he'll catch the yellow comfortably in the end. So decided to go from the right hand side of the table, probably the right thing for him to do, because he would have given the chance for him to try and bounce off the cushion into the yellow with just a little bit more of an angle for the cue ball to be sent into the color of the lowest value. And for now, Mark Allen, as I say, always had a straightforward snooker set up for him, but I don't think that's going to trouble Zhou Yuelong, as you can try and send the cue ball up the table and not necessarily requiring any sort of spin. Just catch the yellow quite comfortably there and actually try and potentially set up a snooker of yourself in behind the brown, and well, you might do that in behind the blue there, being close, Zhou Yuelong, but still nothing doing at this time of asking. Come on, Alan, we'll win 100%. There's Stanislav there. Well, let's see if he is. Stanislav, feel free to let us know where you're watching from as well. And it's a decent shot there from Alan on the previous occasion, but I don't know what on earth he was playing here. I mean, I was going to say it was a decent shot from the Mark Allen on the previous occasion because of how little distance there was in between the cue ball and the yellow. And in the end, he'll try to roll the yellow into the corner pocket, into the middle pocket, to surely get this frame over and done with for Mark Allen and Zhou Yuelong, of course, as well. Being 32 points clear, so 2 snookers needed now for Mark Allen. And just roll the green into its own pocket and will be nicely into the intermission of those 2 players. So certainly going to see that now with the green disappearing into its own pocket. So a scoreline of 7 frames to 5, and all of a sudden it's no longer a gap of 4 frames there for Mark Allen. It's only going to be a gap of 2 frames to his name. So Mark Allen will certainly make his way into the intermission of 15 minutes. And well, it's not over just yet. Mark Allen still has to work for it. As he still finds himself needing 2 frames, and Zhou Yuelong all of a sudden is finding himself 2 frames behind Mark Allen, and it's now Mark Allen 7, Zhou Yuelong 5. And yet again, we'll be back with you in 15 minutes time, as players will go for the first intermission after 2 and a bit hours there of playing time, and counting the breaks in between the frames. Certainly longer than the opening session, but Mark Allen needs to make sure he finds some of his form back, and Zhou Yuelong just needs to make sure he keeps putting that pressure on Mark Allen, and it's still not over just yet. And we'll be back with you for more action here at English Open after 15 minutes break. Stay tuned in. And before you know it, we are now, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the final time. And let's see who is going to be the winner of the Steve Davis Trophy and the English Open in 2025. It was looking like it was going to be a straightforward win for Mark Allen with a scoreline of 6 frames to 2. All of a sudden, with Yuelong winning the opening mini session with a scoreline of 3 frames to 1 there, he has turned the match slightly on its head there. Mark Allen still remaining to be the favourite, and probably would have been the favourite anyway had the scoreline been even, but it's certainly not a 4-frame lead that he's had. That has been cut down in half, and this is the time for Mark Allen to try and perform here. Certainly, if he wants to perform at the stage for only 2 more frames, that's all he needs to become the champion and lift the Steve Davis Trophy here in Brentwood. But still, he's got around 140 points to try and accumulate on 2 of those frames in total to finally get himself over the line. You know, he had a scoreline of 7 frames to 3 2 frames ago, but all of a sudden he finds himself with Yuelong being quite close, and probably the closest it has been since the opening first session, mid-session interval there with, you know, all of those sessions, by the way, were won by either one of the players by the scoreline of 3 frames to 1. It's exactly the scoreline that Mark Allen managed to win the opening mini session by. You know, he's gone on to do the same thing in the second mini session, the afternoon session, and then Yuelong came back at the second session here to produce a brilliant sort of snooker of his own and get himself 3 frames on the board, and all of a sudden it is a lot closer in between those 2 players. Mark Allen now has not been in the form of his life anymore since the evening session has started. As I say, he's managed to get that frame on the board for him, which was very important. You know, had he lost the frame, he would have been in for the chance for a potential mini whitewash there in the opening 4 frames, and all of a sudden it would have been Mark Allen 6, Yuelong 6 here. But this time around, Mark Allen will start off with a brilliant pot there into the yellow pocket. A little bit of hesitation to wait for the call from the referee, because it was very, very close for Mark Allen to catch the yellow first there instead of the red. And this time around, Mark Allen will just play the blue into the right middle and potentially get himself on the line here for a break chance in this frame number 13 that we're into. Out of potential 17 frames still to come, so Yuelong has guaranteed that we're going to go into as far as 14 frames in this session. But let's see if he's going to need more than that here. Mark Allen right now, all he needs is to take it shot by shot right now. And this is a massive shot right now for him to try and pot this black into the right corner, cannon into the reds, hopefully find himself with at least one of those into the right middle or the right corner. And that's exactly what he's managed to do here. A very important shot there to send the cue ball with a lot of power into the bunch of reds that in the end frees up at least one of those into the right middle. Still, the cue ball is going to be quite close there onto the cushion, which makes the shot and the cue ball control a bit trickier here. But Mark Allen will have a look at the scoreboard once again. Sees him ahead by 14 frames though. All of those coming on the current break. And the first real chance of the second mini session. That, you know, could still prove to be the last one, unless we are going to have to go for a decider frame. And a lot of power on that shot from Mark Allen. Needed for the cue ball to miss the jaw of the middle pocket, and has. And all of a sudden he finds himself back in and around the black spot and very much in control of this position. The cue ball has got some distance in between itself and the cushion on the left hand side of the table. And if he plays through this shot nicely, he'll land himself on the red into the right corner. Overplayed slightly for the one lower than the pack there, just below the pink, but in the end we'll still have a couple of reds to try and choose from. As he's now 22 points leading into this frame number 13. Still 3 more reds for him to try and take one by one here. With, as usual, some of those being in the way of the others. And as he tries to eliminate those reds that are on the way of the pack of the reds here underneath the pink, he can try and go into the pack here from this position on the cue ball and send the cue ball into the reds, with him trying to line himself up for a shot into the left middle, which is exactly what he's done. Not necessarily finds himself with the perfect position though, and being 30 points clear, he's going to be quite healthy and you know, a helping lead for him, but still needs to make sure he gets more out of it. As well, the decision for him to try and make, I still think he'll take this red into the left middle, but it's not as straightforward as it could have been. You know, with probably the one that he would have liked to go for being covered up by another red. So you'll have to go for the red that is just slightly higher up here. Or can he? I mean, can he squeeze this red past the other red and into the left corner? He can, if he gets this one in, and he can. Well, I mean, it was a nervy wait there for Mark Allen to make sure that the red was actually going to drop. Finest of margins to miss the cushion and the red. In the end, it's a brilliant shot there from the pistol. Certainly finding himself charged up and fired up here for the second part of the second session. 38 points clear. So many reds to try and choose from right now. Surely frame winning chance that we haven't seen Mark Allen take advantage of too many times in the second and the evening session. For now, will get himself lined up nicely on this blue into the left middle. And as I say, at the end of the day, a gap of 8 frames to 5 is still going to be more than enough for Mark Allen to try and do something about and put himself in a comfortable position in comparison to the one that sort of Yuelong would have actually tried to force Mark Allen to feel like he's under pressure, you know, potentially get this frame on his board and make it 7-6 in favour of Mark Allen. Next frame, potentially 7-all. Instead, it looks like we're about to be seeing a massive lead now from Mark Allen of 8 frames to 5. Once again, play onto the black into the right corner, I should say. And a little bit of hesitation to get his arm out of the way. Once again, lines himself up for a nice little red into the left corner. Not ideal though, as you would like to have a little bit of an angle on the cue ball to be sent into the pack of reds, with the screwback being doing all the dirty work for him to try and land on the blue. And of course, had he decided to go for the black there, the top spin would have replaced the back spin. That time of asking, and in the end, backs out last second of the shot. Not necessarily being too happy with either his position on the red or just the lineup that he took in the approach to the shot. And just a couple of seconds later, he will dispatch the red into the left corner pocket. Of course, that will put him onto the first 50+ break of the evening session here. As still, the break of 132 in the opening frame remains to be the biggest break of the entire match by quite some distance. And Mark Allen just looking to see if there are any reds for him to try and go for the right corner. And in the end, doesn't seem to be the case. And very much looking forward to see which is going to be the next shot for him to try and take on. And is it going to be a shot into the left middle of one of the reds, quite higher up the table here? Has he got anything else lined up? Just a potential safety shot still could be an option. You know, 60 points clear there. And yeah, you can see an earlier miss in the opening frame here of this evening session on the pink. Probably one of the easiest pinks that Mark Allen will actually miss in his career. Certainly in the ranking event final. For now, you'll take quite a difficult red into the left middle. Needs to make sure this one is in though. And it's not. Well. Nice play. I mean, it was nice play there, but Yuelong finds himself out of jail here. And it's a second chance given away to the Chinese player. As I say, probably was the right red for Mark Allen to go for, but it could still be a very, very much of a wrong decision here, as Zhou Yuelong still has got more than enough points on the table. Neither of one of those reds is on the cushion. The yellow is the only color that is actually on the cushion. And apart from that, you know, as long as Zhou Yuelong manages to navigate his way through those reds, we could still be here for a very interesting ending to this frame number 13. Of course, guaranteed to see at least 2 more of those. So, frames, well, I mean, we're not guaranteed to see 2 more of those. I mean, including this one, of course. And for now, Zhou Yuelong will be looking to make sure that it is going to be a scoreline of 7 frames to 6. Mark Allen looked like he was very much on his way to victory in this frame. But, you know, it's not quite over when you're over the line. And he certainly didn't even get too close to the frame ball area. Finds himself in his chair and waiting very, very anxiously. As looking at the table, taking out those reds one by one into the right corner. Followed up by a couple of blacks in there. Zhou Yuelong could find himself seeing that gap disappear very, very quickly. As I say, in terms of the colours, the pink and the yellow are being the only 2 that are half position. Probably the yellow, realistically, the yellow is the only real issue now in this position for Zhou Yuelong on top of the reds. And, you know, something that we've seen Zhou Yuelong do quite a lot in their opening session was to miss the chances that he had presented with himself. And once again, he was very close to doing that yet again here. I mean, he got the front jaw of the middle pocket, which is usually a recipe for disaster there. In the end, managed to get away with this one. And he survives for a couple of more shots here. As you'll try to roll the blue into the middle nicely. He's still fine in terms of the points. I don't think he has to worry about those too much here. He's 40 points behind, so he needs 41 points to accumulate out of 59 available. But this time he's overrolled slightly this time on the cue ball and has made the white travel a couple of centimeters that he didn't actually need there. So it's a rest shot from Zhou Yuelong. And, you know, force the red into the pocket is not necessarily going to be an option. So with it being quite a difficult rest shot, so I'll probably have to say, try to roll this one in, land yourself on the black here, and just leave yourself with a couple of, you know, more difficult shots in terms of the black ball not necessarily being the easiest, but he has played this one with some power. Had to make sure he got the right side of the blue, and he didn't. So this is going to be tricky yet again here. So Zhou Yuelong not necessarily making the most out of the position that looked like it was going to be quite comfortable for him for the taking. Now, what has he got in terms of any sort of backup option? He can't send the pink in towards the green pocket. So he has to go for the brown in the green pocket. And this is not an easy shot for him to try and take on. Has to guarantee himself a pot here. And this is very much the frame that could be the difference maker in between Zhou Yuelong losing and winning this frame. For now, he's just about alright on this red as he gets the brown in. A lot of distance though in between the cue ball and the red. Cue ball quite close to the left side cushion for a good measure. So the good news, of course, is you have to force your way onto the black. So a very difficult shot. Doesn't have to do a lot more in terms of the cue ball control. Now behind by 34 points is Zhou Yuelong. And still the black to get himself up for those 2 reds into the left corner. Once again, just a little bit short. But he's alright on one of them. Into the left corner. Once again, can go for either blue or pink here. It doesn't necessarily matter in terms of the points that he can afford to lose. 27 points behind, 43 on the table. As long as he rolls the red in, he's going to be fine. Just has to be on top part of the blue. And he's not once again here. But this time around, he hasn't got the brown as his backup. So can he just drop the blue in? Or does he have to go around the table? I mean, the first option is going to be just to screw back slightly for the red to go into the left corner. It doesn't necessarily seem to be the option as he's looking to see if there is a pathway past the yellow and brown, if he is to use the ball cushion to his advantage to try and get himself out of trouble. Yet again, I mean, it is certainly not pretty stuff here from Zhou Yuelong. Not perfect play, but you probably can't expect that so late into the match, being so late into the week after such a demoralizing campaign in terms of so many matches played, so many frames against so many good players there. But it all comes down to those couple of frames for Zhou Yuelong to try and win, put some more pressure on Mark Allen in terms of the scoreline. Certainly in terms of the last frames won, you'll hammer the blue in, you'll try to have the cue ball pass the brown, and in the end, as long as he passes the blue spot, he'll be fine. And that's probably all he needed to give himself a chance of this red into the right corner. 21 points behind. Still very much everything to play for if he is to become the winner of this frame. A couple of very important and nervy shots though. The red into the right corner is going to be the first one and probably the most difficult of those ones, as it is in, as he got the position on one of those colours. He probably does on the brown into the yellow pocket, so just roll that one in, get yourself a nice little position on the yellow, and all of a sudden not so difficult of a clearance is on for you. And well, as I say, a massive frame for the taking now for Zhou Yuelong. Could he pull an absolute comeback of a miracle? Certainly proved me wrong in terms of my scoreline prediction. But for now, he'll go for the blue, and a very important shot now. A lot of action needed on this cue ball. Doesn't want to be straight though on this yellow, as the line is looking good, but he is going to be pretty straight on it. So the crowd will certainly give him a round of applause. But is he just too straight on this yellow into the green pocket? With 27 points on the table, he's now 15 points behind Mark Allen. With all of those points now starting to accumulate for Zhou Yuelong, and not necessarily too much in his favour. With a massive couple of shots being faced now, has to hammer the yellow in and find himself facing a difficult shot on the green into the left middle. Probably a little bit of an easier approach would be to try and send the green in towards the right corner pocket, but such a difficult shot for him to try and take on. Surely he's going to be the left middle or nothing, and leave himself yet again in an awkward spot for the brown. Just has to roll this one into the middle pocket and he'll be fine, and he will be fine, because all of a sudden this match is about to be turned on its head. I mean, what a massive difference this frame will mean, and what a massive confidence boost this will be for Zhou Yuelong should he produce the break and a clearance for the century here. I mean, well. He's still a couple of shots away though. I don't like where the cue ball is going, and he's going to be alright though, because it's going to finish just outside of the pocket. 6 points in this frame. Will need the black for Zhou Yuelong, so not so easy. Lands himself the wrong side of the blue, but that's going to probably be advantage with the pink just being above the blue line. And blue disappearing, so all about the pink and the black ball now. Zhou, go. Well, I mean, he did say he was going to win this frame, and it all comes down to this black now. A little bit of a bounce on the cue ball, and it's all set up for you, Zhou Yuelong. Just roll the black into the right corner, and, well, certainly put yourself in the equation for the next couple of frames. Already feels like a massive frame, and it is the one that Zhou Yuelong will take himself. A break of 72 points to his name as well, and it is an absolute massive win now, as Mark Allen looked like for all the world he was going to be heading into the 14th frame with a massive gap of 3 frames and only being 1 frame away from the title. Instead, this is now Zhou Yuelong's match, and he is very much back in this equation and back for the title hunt. It's not going to be the absolute demolition job of 3 years ago, when it was 9 frames to 4 for Mark Allen's point of view. This time it is Zhou Yuelong's show, especially in the evening session. He is currently winning this session by 4 frames to 1. He came back after the intermission being faced with a massive break of 60 points in terms of Mark Allen, but in the end he managed to produce a brilliant clearance of 72 points. Now, certainly will go for a deserved bathroom break. And, well, let's see. Zhou win the title, English Open. Let's see. I was telling, suddenly changed the game. I mean, you did say that. The receipt is there. The message in the chat is there. And I'm all here for it. As I say, not going to be perfect on my scoreline prediction. But I'm very happy to be wrong this time around. Because Zhou Yuelong, all of a sudden, after it looked like he wasn't necessarily playing the best game of his life, I mean, it's all about those 5 margins, and the break and the clearance that he managed to produce in the previous frame is going to be studied should he be the winner of this English Open. Certainly the time for you to try and turn up. And Zhou Yuelong will return from a bathroom break shortly. Mark Allen stays in his chair, and he'll certainly be feeling all sorts of pressure and all sorts of nerves for him to be faced with. 231 people have voted who will win the title. 69% of you have gone for Mark Allen. 31 of you have gone for Zhou Yuelong. Well, I mean, the numbers don't lie usually, but they could be lying here, because Zhou Yuelong all of a sudden finds himself within touching distance of Mark Allen. And, well, what a massive frame it is going to be, the number 14. Let's see if he's going to be Mark Allen back on the horse, or is it going to be Zhou Yuelong continuing his winning streak of, well, so far it has been 4 frames out of last 5 here. Mark Allen is very, very eager to get this 14th frame underway, or the break shot of his. The Steve Davis trophy is waiting there for either one of these players, but it's still 2 frames away from the outcome this tournament. And certainly not looking as confident, and it has been for the first part of the session. Zhou Yuelong now finds himself snookered in behind the green, so once again, right hand side of the table, and the cue ball being played in towards the bunch of reds. Will do him very, very nicely here. Sending in towards the reds, wants to miss the ping there by some margin, and I'm not too sure if he actually clipped the ping. I'm actually going to say it didn't, because I don't think the referee has called it, and it is going to be Mark Allen with a shot to try and play away from the bunch here. Well, let's see if it is going to be the change of the game though. Zhou Yuelong still is not at the point where he can afford to lose a frame. He's probably not going to be at that point throughout this ending, unless he's going to be sort of ahead by 8 frames to 7. For Mark Allen to potentially force a decider. It's still, everything is on the line here for these players. 100,000 ranking points. Of course, the runner-up will guarantee himself 45,000 of those, plus prize money in Great British pounds. And once again, an absolute carbon copy of the shot from Zhou Yuelong. Just rolls the cue ball in towards the bunch of reds, and gets Mark Allen with all the work in the world. Once again, tries to generate some power on the cue ball and potentially free up a couple of those reds. In the end, we'll do that, but not necessarily put Zhou Yuelong into any sort of trouble. As right now, one of those reds can go into the left corner. Not necessarily think that Zhou Yuelong will attempt those ones, unless he knows he's sort of be feeling like he's untouchable and he's in the form of his life. So far, he's yet to reach that point, but his safety game and the confidence of his game is certainly improved, and he sees the cue ball run in behind the yellow, so only the left hand side of the table is available to Mark Allen. The good news for him is there's a red exactly on that left hand cushion, so we're certainly witnessing a brilliant battle in between those two. And the question is, who is actually going to get the first chance of this frame number 14? For now, it's still a battle of safety play. Mark Allen gets his part done, sends the cue ball up the table, and Zhou Yuelong now will be eyeing up a red into the right corner potentially. Will have to generate a lot of power on the cue ball, and certainly the angle is going to be against him. Zhou going for 7-7, he did it. I mean, let's see. He can try and do that if he wins this frame. He managed to get 4 out of the last 5 frames here. And certainly proving to be very important indeed. You know, it was a scoreline of 3 frames to 7 there at some point, so he certainly won 3 on the bounce here. But It all comes down to frames like this right now. That clearance could still come down to nothing if Zhou Yuelong will make a wasteful mistake and leave Mark Allen with an easy clearance. Still something that is unlikely to happen with Allen showing no form and no sign of his form that was here really in the afternoon session. But it's still, of course, Mark Allen is still a player that is capable of coming back from a couple of frames lost there and coming back with an absolute bang. Zhou Yuelong just studying the position of one of those two reds into the right corner. Of course, I don't think he's going to be taking either of those on, and probably just looking to get one of them safe and send the cue ball in towards the safe area. Is he actually trying to take one of those into the corner pocket? No, he's not. So as I say, sending the cue ball onto the black ball area and giving Mark Allen a chance for potential momentum, I would say usually, but it's a clever shot there from Zhou Yuelong because he puts one of those reds onto the top part of the table, and that means that Mark Allen can't go for sending the cue ball in a sort of similar zone there. He has to go for a plan B or even C here, as I think he'll try and push one of those reds in towards the open play yet again and just send the cue ball in behind the green. Needs to make sure he misses the green though, and not necessarily judging the pace of that cue ball perfectly. So yet again, getting initiative back to Zhou Yuelong here. And, well, the Chinese player still has got everything to do ahead of himself. He still needs to find 3 wins out of next 4 frames here. So it's an absolute massive task ahead of him, but it was always going to be massive with him going into the second session with a gap of 6 frames to 2. For now he goes for quite a clever shot selection, and we'll have Mark Allen snookered in behind the blue. So it depends in just how little power you can generate on this cue ball to try and send it into those reds. You can try and go for sort of conservative approach here and just get the cue ball somewhat safe here. But also you can try and go and roll up the cue ball onto one of those reds underneath the black ball spot and get it somewhat safe as well. As long as he catches it from underneath, he doesn't want to catch it full ball though, because that'll push it towards the open play and potentially leave it out into a free shot into the green pocket or something along those lines. So 2 cushion escape it is, and certainly going for the red that I was talking about earlier, but wants to catch it from behind and doesn't judge the power anywhere near the sort of grade that he should have. So attempt number 2 coming up, and Zhou Yuelong will just see if he can make any usage of the current position. Mark Allen stays in his exact position there, so he says he doesn't think that's going to be the case, and it is attempt number 2 coming up now from Mark Allen. As you just see with the referee to make sure that the cue ball is going to be respotted exactly in its perfect position. And as I say, not necessarily the position that is going to cause Mark Allen too many troubles, but certainly the one that he has to be careful with and not generate too much power on this cue ball. And this is going to be dangerous, and he's just about alright there. Caught this one a bit too much to the side though, and you know, a bit too much of a power on the cue ball. Could have been with facing a lot more trouble than he actually is right now. And Zhou Yuelong surely will just, well, use this opportunity to send the cue ball up the table yet again here and continue his pursuit for a win number 7 of the frames out of 14 frames being played at that point, of course, with Mark Allen still being on the pursuit of an 8th frame to his name, with right now nothing to separate 2 of these players, only have 1 frame in it. Who would have thought though, after the form that Mark Allen was showing in the previous session, especially, you know, the sort of lack of real fluidity and any sort of gel of play there from Zhou Yuelong, all of a sudden only finds himself with a single frame advantage and a semi-difficult safety shot now to try and play. Send the cue ball in towards the lower part of those reds. Can try and roll up to one of those if he decides to go for that approach, but not necessarily going to be the easier one of the two. As we already are approaching the stage which saw the opening session finish at 3 hours and a bit. And Alan there actually spotting a plant that Yuelong wasn't aware of. And it's a brilliant shot there for Mark Allen to finally get us started in frame number 14. And it's a brilliant shot that he actually managed to find. Yuelong was sat in his chair thinking, how did I miss that shot that I actually covered up here? And total points 699 for Mark Allen, 579 for Yuelong though. Where to watch live, TNT Sports or Eurosport in the mainline Europe, or you can try and check out WST app for you to see, where you can try and do that. It depends on what your region is and where you're actually trying to watch it from. Mark Allen though has got a red lined up into the yellow pocket to try and get himself out of the bulk area and back for the blue, and potentially back for the lower part of the table. Certainly a lot of action still to come here, as we could still be going into decider. As Joe fan, I would really appreciate if you start typing in English, because otherwise we'll just have to block you with one of my moderators doing that. As I will give you one more of a warning, but as I say, English only, because I do not speak the language and therefore I can't really give any more context to the audience. So for now, Mark Allen is certainly giving some context about what his current plan for the frame number 14 is. He's leading by 12 points to 4 now. Rolls the red into the left middle. And he's just going to have the cue ball lined up once again for the shot on the blue into the right middle. Get himself 9 points clear yet again here. So in terms of the reds available to him, not too many of those. And also compromised by the fact that the black is currently off his spot. And Mark Allen needs a big bounce right now to find himself nicely on this red. Gets a little bit of it, but still not quite enough there to be comfortable on this red into the left corner. So we'll see the cue will go into the black or around that spot. And not necessarily the worst outcome for Mark Allen to be faced with. But what a miss this is. I mean, it wasn't an easy red, but it still was the one that I actually expected Mark Allen to try and pot there. And the break will end on just 18 points scored. Was never making this red in to the left corner pocket. And Yuelong will come back to the table a lot earlier than I think he would have planned. And can he get through to the red into the left middle? A massive game changer yet again here for Yuelong. Time since last spot is reaching 11 minutes. Certainly has been quite a lengthy safety battle. But that 11 minutes, it has to go for longer, because he's missed the shot into the left middle. And even though he has been on the up recently, he still has to make sure he eliminates those mistakes out of this game. And Mark Allen will come back to the table once again here. And a little bit of an awkward shot into the left corner though, because he needs to make sure he's still got some fuel in the tank, because he's not over the line quite yet. You know, he's 18 points into this frame, 14 points advantage, still 123 on the table. So very far from actually the boiling point and probably the deciding point of the frame. But he could be on his way. So he grabs an extension, certainly will roll the red into the left corner. So it's all going to be about where the cue ball is going to travel to. And it's going to go right into the bunch of reds. And as he actually landed himself on the black here, into the right corner. Not necessarily sure about that, as the referee and Mark Allen both will have a very close look at the situation that he finds himself in. And he certainly can't get through to the black here. So, I mean, it's a massive shot for him to be faced with. You know, he was always going to be heading into the pack of reds, but probably had to play this one with a lot more power. And straight away he knew probably it wasn't going to be on the black here. So maybe potential couple of points lost now for Mark Allen. And certainly it is going to be the end of a break. But in the end, it will be Snooker escape successful from attempt number 1 there from Mark Allen. Certainly lined himself up with a little bit of work to do. Managed to overcome that though. And Zhou Yuelong will have to try and go for the red. Very close to the yellow pocket and try and send it higher up the table. Not necessarily getting enough traction on the red though. And we'll try and leave the same red away for Mark Allen to try and send certainly down the table, potentially into the bunch of reds. And see himself lined up nicely on the cue ball. In terms of position on the table, very much higher up there than the baulk line. Still only 15 points in between those two players. We're entering the couple of frames that we're probably going to see the lack of breaking power and certainly not the lack of safety play, as Mark Allen has got the first lovely little shot there in terms of the safety play on his board. And Zhou Yuelong has got a couple of difficult reds to try and face into the right corner. There, I'm not necessarily too sure if he can actually get through to either of one of those. So have a really good look now. To have a look and well, there's a little bit of a delay in the game. I will just say thank you very much to 140 people watching. We're nearly at 147 here, which could be a great sign for us. So feel free to hit the like button on the stream and subscribe to the channel for more content like this, with us being back with British Open tomorrow. And no sign of slowing down as the tournament and the WST calendar is about to get really spicy. China Grand Prix International Championship, Northern Ireland Open, all those tournaments coming up shortly after British Open next week. But for now, it could be trouble time for Zhou Yuelong, as he still doesn't seem to make his mind up about what his next shot is going to be. And in the end, he will go for the shot right into the face of the red there, send it on towards the right hand side of the table and actually play a really nice shot there. Kevin Manelli, hello. It's never too late to join, is it, Kevin? Nice to see you back in the chat, my friend. And Zhou Yuelong here will find himself snookered in behind the green. No, this is what I'm saying. And lovely to have a little bit of company, as it is quite late in the UK, which I actually assume is where you're watching from. And well, we're about to probably reach the boiling point of this match. You know, it was looking like it was going to be Mark Allen's match to lose, with him leading by 6 frames to 2. Hello, yes, gone 10. Well, I mean, let's see. Let's see. It is certainly 10 o'clock in the UK. But 2 cushions now for Zhou Yuelong to try and send the cue ball in towards the reds. And doesn't want to be too close to this red though, because he can try and give this one up to Mark Allen into the right corner. In the end, I think he'll be pretty happy with himself, as the only real shot that he's given away is a shot into the left middle, which necessarily is not going to give Mark Allen too much of a breathing space in terms of getting on the next color. What a changing match. I mean, it certainly is. Zhou Yuelong managing to win 4 of the last 5 frames here, and we're still nowhere to see the ending of frame number 14 as we finally get to the frame being quite slow there. The frame time is going to increase massively after those 2-3 frames of last ones, with much time going over 5 hours right now. And Mark Allen certainly has to try and play the cue ball away from those reds. Certainly a touching ball will be called by the referee, but ultimately Zhou Yuelong will be quite happy to make sure he doesn't give up a positional shot there. But Mark Allen will be absolutely fuming with himself, because all he had to do was to send the cue ball up the table, and in the perfect spot for himself, he's caught the jaw of the pocket, and this cue ball is going to be very much in control of Zhou Yuelong, and he's got a couple of reds now into the left middle to try and take and potentially take the points advantage away from Mark Allen, with those being only 14 points currently. Lands pretty straight on this blue though, but he's going to be alright. One more red available into either left or right middle for Zhou Yuelong to try and take on. And ever since after that, he should be taking the position under his control. As I say, 8 more reds, 9 more reds I should say, are very much bunched up in below the pink, so that's going to be an area for Zhou Yuelong to try and potentially go into them. As I say, I think if he does do that, I think those ones will spread out quite nicely. But for now, he has to take it in maybe 2 shots at a time. Rolling the blue into the middle, lining himself for a red into the left corner though. Is the safety battle going on? No, certainly. It is Zhou Yuelong on the break now. 10 points on the board, 6 on the break. And the big frame is massive. And we're probably entering the zone where every single one of those frames is going to be huge in terms of the outcome and potential consequences for the entire match here. For now, Zhou Yuelong has to make the most out of the red. Get it into the corner pocket and line himself up with a huge angle on the blue. And when I say huge, he probably still done too much of the work there. I mean, he can't go into the yellow. Surely not. He has to take this blue into the middle and just try to power the cue ball into those reds. And continue the break here for Zhou Yuelong. Being 8 points behind. That will reduce to 3 points after this blue. But still, the end of the frame is nowhere to be seen. And he's actually considering to go for the yellow now. So I think it is the wrong shot for him to try and take on. And he will set off for the blue. So certainly a lot of power. And well, a massive shot in this frame. A massive shot in this match. The blue is in. Is he on the red? You'll be so unlucky not to be on the red. He played this shot probably perfectly here. Still doesn't give away a reaction on his face. I think he's on the red into the left corner. But ultimately, I think the reason why there's not real reaction on his face is because if he tries to take this red into the left corner, does he give himself any sort of opportunity to land on the colour? Has to go around the red and power the cue ball into the reds, try and get himself out of danger and line himself up for a pink into the left corner. Just about does it, but he's going to be faced with a very difficult cut on this pink into the left corner. Does he take that shot on? Or does he just send the cue ball in towards the higher part of the table? I mean, whatever it is going to be, it's certainly not going to be an easy decision for him to try and make. Say, he's probably a couple of shots away from actually being in control of this frame and being the favourite and a massive favourite to win it. But he's going to have to start off with a massive shot on the pink. Clearly trying to take this one into the left corner pocket. He will do that. And does he land himself on one of those reds? I think he will. He certainly will. And well. I mean, the match that couldn't get any closer is about to get even closer, you would think. Zhou Yuelong on the break of 19 points right now. Ahead of Mark Allen by 4 points here. See, Allen is down to play British Open tomorrow. Allen needs to get move on here. Nah, he's absolutely not playing British Open tomorrow. I mean, whatever the outcome is going to be, he's drawing 100%. I'm surprised they haven't announced that. If he wins or loses today and he plays tomorrow, I mean, I will take my hat off and say, well done and fair play. But that's not going to happen. As for now, Zhou Yuelong takes the most out of the rest shot. Lands himself nicely on either yellow or green. First to 9 here. Best of 17. And still guaranteed to see 2 frames, including this one, should Mark Allen find himself victorious of each of those 2. But it could still be only 4 more frames, including this one. As I say, Zhou Yuelong is about to go equal if he wins this one. And he's 5 points clear at the moment, with him still being at the table and on the break. Yes, I thought that. Yeah, 100%. He's not playing tomorrow and today, especially after, you know, all the deciders he had to play. It's almost laughable that he still hasn't freed himself up from the British Open. And if anything, it could actually be a little bit disrespectful to any of the players that could have got a spot instead of him. Ronnie O'Sullivan done that with Daniel Wormersley being up against him. Up instead of him, I should say, against Samlan. And Zhou Yuelong, though, will certainly take the most out of those reds. 9 points ahead and counting. Only 75 points on the table. This could be an absolute massive for him to frame for him to try and make usage of. And in the meantime, it still is everything to play for Zhou Yuelong and Mark Allen. Sorry, a little bit of a delay yet again. He is fine though in terms of the red into the left corner as he gets another pink into the left middle. So very much in control of this break. As I say, it was a couple of shots that he had to get through earlier on. But right now, he's in the form of his life and he's certainly playing the snooker of his life at the best possible time for him. 16 points in behind Mark Allen and Zhou Yuelong in the favour of the Chinese world number 32. Zhou win the title. I mean, you said that when it was at the ridiculous point. Right now, he probably is the favourite for the title right now live. Especially if he takes his frame to his name. There's going to be 2 more frames after he's guaranteed, should that be the case. But still potentially a decider of, 3 in a row there. We've seen a decider of Saudi Arabia Masters with not necessarily the favourite playing and winning there of Neil Robertson. We've seen a decider against Xiao Grun against Gary Wilson there with the Chinese player coming out on top. And is it going to be Northern Ireland on top, or is it going to be China on top for the second tournament in succession? For now, it is certainly Zhou Yuelong at the table and dominating the table time, being 30 points clear, 59 on the table still. Game on, come on, Joe, certainly. Game was already on, certainly was. Was 9-1 at 4 o'clock today. You know what? I genuinely have seen it be 20-1. I kid you not, at 6-2, I checked the odds purposefully to give yourself a little bit of a sort of insight on what he's going to be. It was 105 for Allen, and it was 20-1 for Zhou Yuelong. I kid you not about it. I mean, I don't think it's going to be like that right now, although it was very close to the miss there on the red. A little bit of a heartbeat. Went a lot higher there for Zhou Yuelong, as he's still not over the line in the current frame, but he's very close to doing that. The black for him to be lined up on 1 more red, and the colour after it will surely get himself safe in terms of the frame ball. He's got a couple of easier reds to try and roll, but overscrewed slightly on the cue ball. So can try and go for potential shot into the middle. I think it might be actually an easier shot for him to try and take on. If he can't reach to this cue ball for the red into the right corner. So 42 points clear. The red will put in 43 points clear, with the same amount being on the table available. Is there any chance you can stream them? Absolutely not. And TNT, Eurosport, WST are the ways for you to do that in mainland Europe or anywhere else in the world. It depends on which region you're watching from. Never going to have a stream on YouTube unless you're one of the big channels that has the broadcasting rights, which we're not yet. But that's the aim for you to try and get to at some point. And Zhou Yuelong has made the mess of that shot to an extent. You know, he's going to be 39 points clear. I thought he was going to be a lot more than that clear. Yeah, he's 39 points clear. I don't know why I thought he was going to put himself 43 points clear. But all of a sudden, he finds himself with a difficult shot to try and take on into the left corner. Whether that's going to be pink or black here, it's a decision to make. Either one of those two will get him over the line, and certainly over the frame ball line. So you can try and pop the pink into the left corner and send the cue ball as far away as possible onto the top part of the table, and you'll get it. And get in there from Zhou Yuelong fans, as he's now 45 points clear with 43 on the table. And are we going to have guaranteed of 16 frames on our hands? What a massive turnaround this would be from Zhou Yuelong, and already is. I mean, fair play for him. You're never going to be giving up early in snooker matches, but what a performance he's managed to put up for the fans here. Mark Allen, of course, will come back to the table, with it still being a single snooker for him to try and play for. And he's actually got a red lined up very close to the left corner. So still anyone's game for the taking. Anyone's frame for the... Well, not necessarily anyone's frame for the taking, with Mark Allen having quite a mountain ahead of him right now. Should he win the frame number 14? happy anyone? I mean, certainly is, yes. And it is Zhou Yuelong over the frame ball line, but Mark Allen will try and challenge him for that though. Because if he gets this red in with a black there, he can try and do some sort of queuing in terms of the last red. But right now, it is all falling apart of the game of Mark Allen. It was not necessarily the hardest red for him to try and roll into the left corner. He still managed to miss it. And all of a sudden, it is now 45 points. Still to separate those two with 43 on the table. And absolutely vital points of the entire encounter right now that we're actually finding ourselves to face with. And Zhou Yuelong still finds himself very much as the favourite for this frame. And I mean, for the first time since frame number 2, he'll actually find himself even in terms of frames 1 alongside Mark Allen. That has been the case only for 3 times today. Well, with this one being the third one, 0-0, 1 each. And could it be 7 frames each going into the last 3? Potentially the last 2 frames here. Should it be a decider or just 16 frames played? Certainly not something that Mark Allen would have been planning to do. And certainly the perfect outcome potentially for Zhou Yuelong. As although once again a mistake from Mark Allen, and Zhou Yuelong will come back to the table for at least a couple more shots. And if he just rolls the red into the right middle, you'll be comfortably away. And into the 15th frame we go there. Be interesting if Zhou gets close, as he never won a tournament yet. He certainly hasn't. And this is probably going to be the closest that he ever got to winning a ranking event title. What a massive win and a massive relief it will be for him, should he be the winner of this encounter against Mark Allen. But he still needs to be over the line in frame 14. And then he'll have the toughest 2 frames probably of his career to get himself the first ranking title on the board. And what a way, what a time to do that. To lift the Steve Davis Trophy. One of the greatest players to ever play the game. 6-time world champion. I mean, what a time this will be for Zhou Yuelong to try and get himself a first ranking title on the board, as Mark Allen tries to find himself escaping from a snooker. In the end lands a snooker in response there to Zhou Yuelong. He has great player days. I mean, what a player he is. Certainly the icon of the snooker game. And right now Zhou Yuelong has got an attempt to escape a snooker. He's got 2 reds lined up very close to himself, but certainly he'll take his time on this shot, as he's going to be in no rush right now to try and take it away right now. And I did say Zhou Yuelong to win match by 9 frames to 7 until the encounter started. I certainly didn't say that when it was 6-2 to Mark Allen. I mean, I don't think any player with a sanity or any sort of person with a sanity would have said that. Not even Zhou Yuelong after a wildest of dreams. But, you know, usually it's the prediction that is ahead of the match that counts. And I'm still just about fine with that one. Certainly didn't think that was possible after the sort of 7-3 or 6-2 gap for Mark Allen. And Zhou Yuelong finds himself on the verge of winning 4 frames on the bounce. Of course, 5 out of 6 in terms of the last ones. Used to follow Steve a lot in the 80s. Well, I mean, what a player he is. I certainly haven't, because, you know, I wasn't born until 2005. But certainly heard a lot of him about from my grandparents. And certainly watching some of the clips. I mean, the final black against Dennis Taylor there in 84, he probably is one of the highest moments in terms of snooker history. Probably one of the lowest for Steve Davis himself. But it's certainly one of those points that makes the snooker the great sport that it actually is. As Mark Allen once again goes for a decent approach, but the cue ball will just find a little gap there in between the brown and yellow for Zhou Yuelong to be able to get through to this red. Jan Manu, I saw him in doubles. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm trying to do my best to make sure I don't come across as, you know, sort of disrespectful. But as I say, I probably missed the golden era of snooker in terms of the likes of Stephen Hendry, Steve Davis, Paul Hunter. Certainly heard a lot about him. But as I say, you have to be happy with the era that you were born. And certainly seeing the best of Ronnie O'Sullivan in the 2010s. Mark Allen, although, has got a red lined up into the corner that he will roll into nicely. Does he get himself nicely on one of those colours, though? Not necessarily, but can he afford to go for the shot on the pink? So that will get him 26 points. Yeah, you can afford to go on the pink into the right middle. So the frame is not over just yet. And one more red bean on the cushion. It is still all to play for in between those two. Mark Allen will try and make sure he leaves every single bit of effort on the table right now. And if he goes out, you better go out with a bang there. Right now, it is one snooker required, as the TNT will remind us. And certainly the match for the ages here at the English Open. Remember last year, it was of course the 16 frames needed for Neil Robertson to come away with a win against Wu Yize there, another player from China. And could it be history repeating itself? Or could it be a player from China actually taking it to the player from Northern Ireland and managing to produce a brilliant comeback? Certainly the comeback of the season. And Mark Allen, though, will end the break on the value of just 7 points and line up a nice little snooker for Zhou Yuelong in behind the black here. So it's not over just yet. Yes, Hunter, wonderful. One snooker still possible. Certainly is. It certainly is. And it's all to play for between Zhou Yuelong and Mark Allen here. And now Zhou Yuelong will be in and around the table just to see the ideal position for him to try and play this cue ball into the red. Has to make sure it doesn't catch the brown, which is very close to the red. And has played this one perfectly to his defense. Has pushed it over the green pocket there. Certainly one more chance for Mark Allen to try and send it away from the green pocket. And try and get the cue ball in behind the black or the pink area. Has got a nice little trajectory, but in the end he's going to lack in pace. And I think Zhou Yuelong can get through to this red without needing to use the cushion first. Shot do like horse racing? Not necessarily. Four sports that I follow. Football being the highest of sort of watch time that I do. Snooker being second highest. Formula 1 and then tennis. So those four are the big four for me. And for now, Zhou Yuelong will try and send the red down the table yet again here. And Mark Allen will try and get himself out of the situation. And try and send the cue ball into the red from the left-hand side of the table. So that's going to be not necessarily the easiest shot approach for him to try and do that. But probably doesn't necessarily have got any other issues. And, well, I mean, he tried to take the red into itself there without using the cushion first. Was very close to sending the cue ball into the middle pocket. And in the end, probably was a risk worth taking on there for Mark Allen. And Zhou Yuelong once again will find himself reaching for a rest and going for a shot into the left corner potentially. If he's feeling for a risky cut now. And of course he can go for a plan A, which is sending the cue ball up the table, potentially sending the red into the black, which is exactly what he's gone for. And has he landed the cue ball in behind the green? I don't think he has though. So Mark Allen still has got a decent vision of this red, although it has to be the thinnest of the edges that he's actually going to try and catch here. Mark Allen certainly living on the edge of this frame 14. And what a battle this has been already. He catches the red only just though. Is he going to send the cue ball safe? Yes, he will. But once again, Zhou Yuelong doesn't have to face any difficulty here from getting away about this safety, and 22 minutes is the average frame time, and the current frame time is of course reaching 38 minutes, and still no real sign of Mark Allen being, you know, very much willing to concede this frame, as he's wants to keep battling here until it is going to reach the sort of two snooker battle potentially, with Zhou Yuelong yet again sending the red up the table. Mark Allen has got some sort of difficulty of seeing this red into it. Average shot time 16 seconds for Zhou Yuelong, and 28 seconds for Mark Allen in the second session. Not necessarily the best sort of stats, and this could be the last shot for Zhou Yuelong into this 14th frame to finally get us to frame number 15 there. He's got red lined up into the right corner. Just roll this one in. No real power. No real cue action needed as well. And you're going to be away. And into frame number 15 will go. He tried to force it though. But not necessarily the worst sort of idea, with the cue ball being resting on the black ball cushion. So Mark Allen once again will have a lot of distance for the cue ball to cover up. As 38 points, once again, as I keep reminding you, because there's no real chance of the snooker battle ending very, very soon here, with Mark Allen and Zhou Yuelong still both giving absolutely everything. And I mean, it will be hilarious, and it'll certainly put a little bit of a stain on snooker if both of them are featuring British Open tomorrow. I mean, it will absolutely make the snooker a laughingstock, because you cannot possibly imagine what these two have been going through in terms of the mental power that they've actually put into this campaign in this week's English Open. And also from the fact of, you know, you have to face 16 frames here surely after Zhou Yuelong gets himself over the line eventually in one of those attempts of spotting this red into the corner. As one more goes out of the equation though, as he misses the red into the left corner that time around. As they have to give grace to them. Well, I mean, certainly. Mark Allen, yet again, has got left-hand side of the red to try and catch. And he's going to send it very close to the right corner pocket yet again. I don't think that was the plan. But is he going to have Zhou Yuelong snookered for this red ball? I don't think he is. And it probably is a sign that it was an error and a mistake there from Mark Allen, because he didn't want that red anywhere near the right corner pocket. And in the end, it looks like it will be. And Zhou Yuelong, once again, having quite a straightforward chance to roll the red into the right corner. The only difficulty is probably going to have to be the actual distance in between the cue ball and the red, but it stays out there, so reluctant to end the frame either of those two. And yet again, we have to find ourselves settling for a couple of more safety shots. Certainly the fans will be impatient, and oh my god, I think are the words that came out of mouth of Zhou Yuelong. It's actually quite a nice word selection in terms of what I would say if I missed that red. Don't think you could try and broadcast that, even if not necessarily not the best leap reading there. And in tennis, you would certainly be given a court violation for inaudible obscenity. And what on earth is that shot from Mark Allen? And surely not. He's not going to snooker Zhou Yuelong from this type of shot, and he will. I mean, that was an absolute shot of madness from Mark Allen, but he's actually probably landed Zhou Yuelong needing to find an alternative line from a cushion. Can he get past this pink and onto the red? I think he can just about do that. And the red will be sent towards the left corner pocket, but will stay out for one more time. Is the cue ball going to find some sort of cover? No, he won't. But is that time, gentleman? Well, I mean, he's a gentleman of some sort, and he's certainly a bigger gentleman than me. Mark Allen surely has to eliminate this red and put it into the left corner pocket and follow up with a shot on the black here to send that one back to its spot. And still no real sign of the frame ending very, very soon. But what I can tell you though is we're going to get past the red zone, and we're certainly going to get onto the yellow, into its own pocket here. Lined up potentially. I think Mark Allen has to consider potting the yellow and trying to get the perfect position on the cue ball on the green. But with the shot he just played, certainly hammering the black into the middle, lining himself up for a safety shot on this yellow. Not going to try and do that and eliminate my suggestion. So once again, separate the cue ball and the yellow by just as much distance as possible. Try and get the cue ball in behind the brown. And in the end, can't do that. So I would expect, once again, a little bit of a transition of the cue ball to go onto the baulk line and the yellow to disappear down the table. Wow, Zhou fight back. Good games, certainly. And the players will eventually run out of steam. It certainly has been a lot of action. And certainly has been a lot of action from Zhou Yuelong's point of view. As this is a great shot there for him. As it's his turn to try and see Mark Allen escape from a snooker. And it's certainly not an easy one with so much distance in between the cushion and the yellow. Basically being just below the blue spot. With the blue being, with the cue ball, sorry, being in behind the brown. And quite close to the yellow spot there in himself. So, once again, Mark Allen will send this cue ball from the right-hand side cushion in towards the yellow. Try and power this one with some distance in between the two. And is he going to drop the cue ball? Not this time around, so just about avoids the middle. And probably frame concession with there. Mark Allen gets away with this shot. And Zhou Yuelong still hasn't got anything to do with this yellow in terms of trying to pot it into its own pocket. Transition it on towards the green pocket is probably a logical option number one. And option number two is going to be trying to send it down the table and leave the cue ball somewhat safe on the baulk area. But in the end, he's gone for option number two though. And he'd like to see the brown in between the yellow and the cue ball. And the frame time has reached 45 minutes right now. So certainly no real sign of that one ending anytime soon, with Mark Allen still being reluctant to concede, as he probably shouldn't at the stage that this match has reached. And yes, going to win first ever ranking title. Well, I mean, Sunwell will be here for it, and it will be the comeback for the ages. For now, Mark Allen finds a decent safety shot there to send the yellow in towards the green pocket. So 30 points of a difference in between Zhou Yuelong and Mark Allen here. And still everything to play for. In terms of Mark Allen's point of view, Zhou Yuelong will try and send the yellow as close to the green pocket as is possible. And in the end we'll line up a decent safety shot for Mark Allen to try and find an escape route from. I think you try and get the yellow somewhat close to the green pocket, or try and use the cushion first shot. But I don't think that's going to snooker Zhou Yuelong though. In fact, he's going to get the yellow very close to the black here. So give him all sorts of freedom on this next shot. And well, I mean, the frame is certainly going to reach the 50-minute mark very, very soon here. Still no real willingness from Mark Allen to concede this frame and make it 7 frames all here. As Zhou Yuelong once again finds a decent escape from safety shot there, with the yellow being tied up to the black previously. It's not anymore though. And once again, a lot of distance in between the cue ball and the yellow. And with the white bead sent towards the right corner pocket. I think it has to be a cushion first yet again here, but Allen not necessarily getting the most out of those types of shots. And one thing he would have done, of course, with the safety battle is disrupt all the momentum of Zhou Yuelong, but still not necessarily feeling any confident of himself. Kevin, what you think you'll win? I think Zhou. Lovely to see people interacting in the chat there, in between each other. And, well, I mean, Zhou is no longer a very bold chance for you to go for. Who will win the title? It's still 64 points in favour of Mark Allen, with the majority of those coming early when that gap was 7 frames to 3, 6 frames to 2. It's no longer there though, as Mark Allen is fighting to stay in this frame. And we probably could be going into the midnight. You're looking like Zhou so strong. Certainly the man in form here. We could still be heading into the midnight of in the UK. Of course, that's the time that the semi-final has gone as far into yesterday of Jack Jones and Mark Allen. But this frame is certainly going to be over right now, with Mark Allen conceding after leaving a yellow in towards the right middle. And it's a massive win for Zhou Yuelong, and it is a massive frame for him on the board. And it is now 14 frames played, 7 frames each, nothing to separate the two players. Zhou Yuelong and Mark Allen, all to play for in the next 2, potentially 3 frames, if we are going to see a full house here of 17 frames here in Brentwood. And, well, who's going to be the winner? It is all to play for. Could still be the same scoreline as last year with Neil Robertson and Wu Yize, but this time it is Zhou Yuelong and Mark Allen providing all the entertainment for the fans, as we're going to have a little bit of a toilet break and a break in between the frames. Hello, host. Am I right? I mean, you certainly were right when you said, what was the scoreline? 7-3, 7-4 at that time, and you said Zhou will be back. And all of a sudden, blinking, you'll miss it. It is 7 frames each here. Once I said, IP service provider. I'm not too sure what you're talking about, Sunwell. Light night there, says Kevin. It certainly is in the UK. And let us know where you're watching from, if you want to do that in the chat. I am looking forward to seeing more action here, but hopefully a little bit more on the front foot though. You know, it's nice to see a little bit of a safety play, but you don't want that to shadow. And yeah, sort of just make sure that the players have a little bit of safety in between the frames, at the start of the frame, maybe at the beginning of it. But I don't necessarily want to see the safety play dominate the play in throughout the frames. Have news for Zhou. Well, I mean, let's see. Chowdhury has been the predictor for Zhou. Let's see what he's got to say right now. As Mark Allen is the first player to come back to the table. And hopefully, and well, certainly we're going to see Zhou Yuelong and Kevin Dubrovsky back to the table for more action here. As I say, we're guaranteed to see 2 more frames, and it could still be as many as 3 frames to follow. With Kevin and Mark are now at the table, just waiting for Zhou Yuelong to come back himself. And, well, Mark Allen, what on earth is he going to be going through right now? What is going on in his head right now? And how on earth do you try and get yourself back together to win 2 of the frames right here, right now? Of course, it will be Zhou Yuelong with a break-off to start off frame number 15. Very important for the referee to stay in control of the crowd here. As Zhou Yuelong yet again here is finding a decent break-off shot. The cue ball is going to be dead on the cushion here in the bulk area. And Mark Allen finds himself in this position for the first time in a very, very long time. It's been 12 frames since he hasn't been ahead in this encounter. But it certainly is Mark Allen 7, Zhou Yuelong 7 as well. And, well, as Mark Allen goes with a little bit of a maintenance work on the table, we are going to get the safety play underway. And, well, I mean, if you are Zhou Yuelong, do you have to go for the kill? Can you afford to take it to the decider? I mean, with Mark Allen winning so many of those deciders, I mean, surely He's not going to find himself on the receiving end of a comeback. And plays the red up the table. And doesn't want the cue ball to be too far away there from the cushion, because that will leave a shot into the yellow pocket there for Zhou Yuelong. And that's exactly what happened. And let me just deal with something going on here. Broadcast having a little bit of a breakdown as well. Notice the stuff there. And yeah, so I haven't missed anything. It is still Zhou Yuelong thinking about taking one of those reds into the yellow pocket. In the end, he'll take the harder cut there for himself to try and sacrifice the cuts for him have a better position in terms of the black into the left corner. In the end, he'll miss the red. So Mark Allen will come back to the table with a very fast walk here. And just send the cue ball back down the table. And back to the safety side of things we go. Zhou played better than Allen this season. Not necessarily. I mean, Mark Allen has actually managed to reach the semi-final of Wuhan Open last year, last tournament. And of course finds himself in the final right now, playing against Zhou Yuelong. Little bit of host that was live in the UK in 2010. Well, fair enough for that. You mean the UK Championship? If you were then, you should let me know who actually managed to win that season. As for now though, it is a little bit of a safety battle on our hands. And Mark Allen and Zhou Yuelong are just joining in the battle of roll towards one of those reds. And roll back towards the black or the side cushion there. And Zhou Yuelong will once again send the cue ball in towards the reds here. And I think the players will agree on a re-rack yet again here. So frame 15 is about to get restarted after a little bit of a break in between the frames here. So we'll be back as soon as the referee gets those colours and reds set up there for frame 15 to begin. And we're back again here, so the referee doing his work very, very quickly here. And all of a sudden, after a decent break-off shot there, Mark Allen finds himself conceding 4 points to Zhou Yuelong very early into this frame number 15. Now Zhou has got a red lined up into the left middle. Yeah, I actually can't believe Mark Allen has willingly given away to him. I mean, he should have been nowhere near giving out that red into the left middle pocket there. But ultimately, this is the stage when it counts for Zhou Yuelong, when he gets himself 5 points on the board, 4 of those being the foul points, and all of a sudden gets himself in a massive chance to, for the first time, of course, in this encounter, find himself ahead of Mark Allen. No one wants to push on, and it certainly is a re-rack. And you're not necessarily going to blame either one of those players, but Zhou Yuelong is on a break right now for an advantage of 8 frames to 7. And so send the cue ball in towards the reds. Try and separate and put as much of distance in between those two. But hopefully for Yuelong, try and guarantee himself a position on the next colour, which is something that he's actually managed to do here. Very important. You know, freeing up 2 reds is better than having none of those available. Has got a pink into the left corner to try and take on right now. And then the red to follow up in the same pocket there. And no one wants to push on is probably the way that Mark Allen has approached this second session. I think you certainly have to say that something has been wrong with his game, with him being nowhere near the current... The form that he managed to find in the opening session is nothing that we've seen in the second session here. I mean, you can't compare the two. You absolutely can't, because Mark Allen was dominating Yuelong, and, you know, the 6 frames to 2 scoreline was probably a fair result there. With when you said I have news for Zhou, I actually have got news for Zhou himself, because all of a sudden that 2 reds that I mentioned he's freed up for himself has turned into 1 red, because when Kevin Dabrowski had to put the pink into its original spot, that one not being available, had to put the pink somewhat underneath the bunch of reds, and ultimately it looks like it's going to cost Yuelong a chance to continue this break after the black here into the right corner. Sunbolt best coverage on snooker I have found. Quality. Which one are you talking about, Kevin? Let us know. And Zhou, of course, is 20 points clear of Mark Allen currently. So sending the cue ball in towards the pack of reds is not necessarily going to be possible. Oh my god, thank you very much for that. No, that wasn't a setup, by the way. I thought you were talking about, you know, watching the snooker there. No, thank you. And I'm not necessarily the type of person that asked for that. But, I mean, Yuelong will certainly find himself lucky. I mean, what on earth has happened there? And he's missed a black there into the right corner. And an absolute calamity of a shot in the end, with him trying to force the cue ball in towards the reds from the cushion. Managed to miss the black, with the black actually now being tied up to the reds. And it's all happening here in frame number 15. With Mark Allen right now trying to free up at least some of those reds, with the pink now going towards the left corner pocket. 20 points right now in between Allen and Zhou. And, well, it's all to play for, and we're certainly entering a very difficult area for both of these two. In terms of just, you have to push on and you have to fight back. But eventually one of them will just run out of steam. Could try and potentially do that. For now, though, once again, Yuelong sends the cue ball up the table and in towards the sort of the gap in between the yellow and brown. That will leave a chance away to Mark Allen into the right corner, but has been reluctant to take those on so far. Yes, you're right. I think he's the best. Thank you, Sanval. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate massively the support. And also, thank you very much for 147 people watching. As we're reaching the boiling point here. It certainly has been worth staying up for the night. As Mark Allen makes a little bit of a mess of that shot. Catches the wrong red first. And will probably get away with that shot. As the cue ball will land pretty safe there. In towards that. In behind the yellow. And 20 points in towards Yuelong's advantage right now over Mark Allen. Still 123 of those on the table. Yes, late night drama. Well, I mean, talk about late night drama. We've seen brilliant encounter of Robertson against O'Sullivan, decider. We've seen Ali Carter against Kyron Wilson in Shanghai Masters. That one was just a single frame or short of a decider. And 2 weeks ago or so, we've seen a battle of Xiao Grun against Gary Wilson and in a decider as well. And are we on the verge of seeing a potential comeback for the ages here with 6-2 and 7-3 of frames of a gap for Zhou Yuelong to try and overcome, and he could still find himself as the winning force here, as the crowd are certainly going to be feeling it. It's been a long time coming for those, but it looks like it's all going to be worth it in the end. Do you support Mark in this match? Not necessarily, Peter. I don't really support anyone. I was supporting Zhou a little bit earlier because I wanted this match to be closer, but not now, and I'm just waiting to see what's going to happen in between those two. Haven't necessarily got a horse in the race, but certainly 100 seconds taken on the current shot by Zhou Yuelong, not necessarily the best sign. And yeah, he's played this shot wrong there. He took way too much time on this shot, way too much hesitation. He's never going to leave you with anything decent. In the end, catches the red too thick and leaves the red on into the right corner for Mark Allen. Not an easy one though. And those are a couple of shots that Mark Allen has missed previously in the second session here. Well, I mean, is Mark going to lose this match right now? You have to try and say, from his point of view, he will try and fight back just as much as he can. But ultimately, is he going to run himself out of steam? Has he got enough fuel in the tank? You know, he looked like he was flawless in the opening frame there. And also, Sanval, I will give you a little bit of a warning there. You can't really ask for the personal information there in the chat, so keep that to yourself. And Mark Allen there starts off brilliantly with getting a red into the right corner. And Allen, he's on the break potentially, but once again, can't string to, well, red and a colour really together because it doesn't land himself up for the shot into the middle. And Mark Allen once again has got a decision to try and make. Pretty much which colour is he going to send the cue ball in behind there? Has got 3 of the ball colours available to him, plus the blue. I think he'll go in behind the green to try and cover up the left-hand side of the table. So the right-hand side of the table is going to be more problematic there for Zhou Yuelong, but ultimately I don't think Allen has played this shot too well and has probably left a gap there for Zhou Yuelong to try and exploit into the right-hand side of those reds. So send the cue ball in towards the lower part of the table. Inevitably, you're going to find yourself with some sort of dominance in this force. And sending that cue ball back to the ball cushion. And catches the blue nicely there for himself to get the cue ball in behind the yellow. So exchange of decent safety shots there. Certainly not been lacking in those. And it's all about just getting another chance now in frame number 15. Allen had a few late nights this week. This is what I'm saying. And surely this is the reason why he's actually coming up short here. He had a massive decider against Stuart Bingham, Ding Zhou, Jack Jones. And all of a sudden he finds himself in the final with so many points that he had advantage of earlier going into the second session, but all of a sudden he finds himself behind in the match and in the frame here of 19 points being the difference in between Mark Allen and Zhou Yuelong here. And surely just a matter of time until one of those players will blink first. Allen, although, is not too confident in which shot to try and take here from the snooker escape. Probably will try and go from the right cushion and send the cue ball in towards the pack of reds here. He can't really afford to go for the lower part of the table because there's the red waiting for Zhou Yuelong to be struck in to the left corner. So very important for Mark Allen to try and execute this from the first time of asking, as he can't really afford to have a mistake and give a potential red on here for Zhou Yuelong, but perfect under pressure, really calm and composed, and executed to an absolute perfection there from Mark Allen. He had one shot there, and it's the only shot that he's needed to get himself out of trouble. Get the cue ball back safe in towards the bulk area. And Zhou Yuelong this time though will have a shot lined up, sending the red in towards the left corner pocket potentially, or just going into the opposite side of the table and sending one of those reds ahead of the bunch and on top of the bunch just to the right hand side of the table here. So goes for the second option and executes that one quite nicely. So gives the turn back to Mark Allen here. Still trailing by 19 points now, Allen. And all those late nights are going to be counting for him, as it is now 11 o'clock in the UK. So we are now almost 4 hours since the match has started and resume in the session number 2. So already way further into the sort of frames that it took for the opening session to finish. And Allen with a massive shot opener here in terms of the reds, and it feels like a really, really important shot this is for the frame to be underway, really, because it's a 15th frame with so many reds spread out on the table and the black now being covered up the right corner pocket there. I think every single chance that either one of those players will get is going to be a massive deciding point, I would say, in frame number 15. And Mark Allen there just stepping up from his chair to have a look at the position that Zhou Yuelong actually finds himself in. And still not over in terms of the pursuit from Mark Allen. And, just the fact that Zhou Yuelong won 4 frames on the bounce doesn't necessarily mean that Mark Allen is sort of obliged to lose 2 more of those. And Zhou Yuelong can just about get through to the edge of the red on the right hand side of the table, but has to make this shot stick from the first time of asking, or he could face some really severe consequences. Had the cue ball travel way too much, and yeah, he's missed that one by a mile, but because he missed that one by so much of a margin, I don't actually think Mark Allen will do anything with this position apart from just put the cue ball back where it was. And so chat with the referee, certainly make sure that this cue ball placement is perfect, as we've got 3 of those looking at the cue ball. And very important right now to try and land on one of those reds into left or right corner. So this time it is 15 points in between the 2 players, and you can see on the replay and on the stop screen it is absolutely perfect in terms of the cue ball position. Don't have to do anything else with that. And Zhou Yuelong will just have to play away from the position that he finds himself in. And yep, he's happy with that, Mark Allen. So you'll walk away and Zhou Yuelong will change in approach and send the cue ball down the table from a cushion escape this time around. So wants to be perfect, and it looks like he will be, because he'll catch the red really, really nicely. Pretty much full ball with a double kiss. Make sure the cue ball is going to be slowed down. And Mark Allen will send the cue ball once again towards the top part of the table. A rep serve final. Certainly, Kevin Dubrovsky hasn't officiated a final up to this point. And so far, to be fair, not necessarily any controversial points, apart from the flies interrupting the play from time to time there. Mark Allen, though, once again looking at all of those reds available to his name and just not necessarily finding the room for him to try and go for. Yet again, he just seems to be run out of ideas here and not necessarily knowing which shot to try and take on. Inevitably, it will be a red to send into the right corner, right underneath the black there, and send the cue ball up the table. The problem is, of course, the right-hand side of the table is covered up by the black being in the pocket, and the left-hand side, majority of it is covered up by the pink, covering majority of the pocket as well. But this time, though, it's a lovely shot there from Allen to line up a safety. That is going to put Zhou Yuelong into some sort of trouble. Once again, will require a lot of accuracy, this shot, because either he has to catch an absolute edge of the red on the right-hand side, or you'll have to roll the cue ball in towards one of those reds and into the main pack of action. Still waiting to see the first real mistake of frame number 15. And Zhou Yuelong will certainly accelerate the cue ball with a lot of power, and a lot of power that he actually not necessarily needing there. But is that going to give a chance to Mark Allen? I think he will. To go for a red into the left corner with safety in mind as well. So I don't think he's going to go reckless though, Allen. Especially with the approach he's taken in the last couple of frames. And this one has certainly lasted a long time already. You know, the frame number 14 has actually gone on over 50 minutes. But that one was due to the players battling on the safety side of things. And this time it's Mark Allen just not necessarily knowing which shot to play here. And has to bridge over green for good measure. So I think he'll refuse a shot that I actually thought was going to be favourable for him. Simply because of not being confident in getting the cue ball into the safe option and into the safe area. And has to sacrifice that to go for a shot, send the cue ball up the table and outside of the D once again here. So very much comfortably away into the baulk line and basically landing the cue ball in between the D and the cushion and the top cushion of the table. Zhou Yuelong will have a same red that I mentioned Mark Allen could have gone for into the left corner. But in the end has, decided to refuse it. Not necessarily getting the reason why. But Zhou Yuelong is going to use the same red for the other side of it. So he's going to try and navigate his way through this one. But he's missed the red. And he's got the wrong one. And he's actually given a massive chance away to Mark Allen into the left middle. As long as he can get through that red, I think he'll be in with a great chance here. And finally, the first chance will go the way of Mark Allen here after a very lengthy safety battle. It is going to be 6 points for Mark Allen. Can he get himself on the colour? Well, certainly not going to be an issue with the pink and the black basically being the two colours that are currently covering up the right and the left hand side of pockets. 14 points to separate the two, and Mark Allen being on the break currently, of course, will certainly eliminate the black out of the right corner pocket. Try and line himself up for a shot in the red into left corner for good measure, but doesn't want to be too close to it. Game on, certainly is. Certainly is. And right now, Mark Allen has got himself up with a nice little chance here. As I say, it was all about getting the first chance, eliminating the black from the right hand side of the table. And now probably try and do the same thing here with the pink very shortly. In fact, it probably is going to be the shot after this red. But he'll miss this one. So a lot of misses creeping in now for Mark Allen. And it will be a chance for Zhou Yuelong to step up to the table and, make the most out of the open play. You have to feel for Mark Allen. He is certainly catching up all the frames that he had to play. And Zhou Yuelong will be coming fresher here, being the younger of the two players, and ultimately, having played less of the game time this week, has got a red to line up into the right middle here. And game on, certainly turning on into a game on for Zhou Yuelong here. If he can just force the cue ball in towards the sort of the ping spot of some sort. I don't think he's going to have the angle to try and line the cue ball onto the black into the left corner. But other than that, he should be fine. And just force his way through this shot though. And land the cue ball past the red and onto the black here. Nice shot there from Zhou Yuelong. As this time he has to have a first couple of shots that are going to be difficult. But apart from that, he should be comfortably into this break. Should he get past the early struggle stage. And struggling, I think he is. I think he certainly can tell that I'm running out of energy as well. And, I'm not even playing. But it certainly has been a very long session. And the session that, I will be honest, I didn't expect to take so long. But very, very happy to witness it. Just would like the players to eliminate the safety side of the thing. But you have to appreciate and understand the reason why they're doing it. Because there's so much at the line for them. You know, it's a trophy of a massive tournament of the Home Nation Series, but it's also a massive prize bonus and a massive difference for them in between being runner-up and the number 2, or the winner and the number 1 here. Well done, long day for you. Yeah, as I say, it's an absolute pleasure, and certainly not moaning and complaining here. And just probably underestimating the power of Zhou Yuelong, as I say, coming into this match and coming into the second session especially. You know, it was a massive mountain for him to climb, but for the first time in this match, he could still find himself ahead by a frame, should he put this pink and probably 6 or so shots after it. You know, eliminate 3 reds with 3 colours. He's already 22 points clear. They'll certainly put him up towards being 50 points clear or so, but for now, he'll find himself with a difficult shot onto the right-hand side there. Mark's red attempt wasn't necessary. Peter, I will absolutely disagree with you on that one. I think you probably was... Listen, after such a delay in the safety game, you have to be taking those reds on. You have to be. There's probably no excuse for him missing that shot, because he's got to be tired. There's got to be fatigue coming into this. There's got to be, obviously, a little bit of a mental block, but you can't just play this game till tomorrow. I mean, it's going to be tomorrow in 49 minutes time in the UK. But literally, you can't be playing... The British Open's going to start sooner than this match will finish if Mark Allen's going to take this approach. And he has to take some of those reds on. And as well as Zhou Yuelong has to take this red on. And he will pot it. And it's a brilliant shot there from Zhou Yuelong, as he'll line himself up for the pink into the right middle. So taking those out one by one there. And still remaining in this break. Retaining the best form of his life so far. As I say, it's the closest that he actually managed to get to the ranking event win here. As once again gets the pink nicely into the right middle. And I think we can see the fire and the spark of Zhou Yuelong being ignited here in the second session. Certainly fueled by the fact that Allen hasn't performed at his finest and at his best. But also by the fact that Zhou Yuelong has managed to step up his game massively here himself. And the only focus and the only person that you can control is yourself. And that's exactly the approach that Zhou Yuelong managed to take on going into this final, especially into the second session. You know, the second session is when the match is won. You can be 7-1 down, you can be 6-2 down, but you still always have a chance to come back and win the second session, and ultimately that's the one that wins you matches, and that's the one that wins you titles here. Right now, Zhou Yuelong finds himself 36 points clear, and will still be lined up on a red into the left corner. So that'll put him 37 points clear with 67 on the table. So still not quite over the line here, but making usage of those 2 reds just above the black here will certainly get him closer to getting this frame under his belt. And as I keep repeating myself, that's going to be the first time we're going to see Zhou Yuelong head in this clash of Mark Allen since the start of this match. Of course, the best scoreline for Zhou Yuelong's point of view was 0-0 and 1-1. And now 7-0 here after he manages to win 4 frames on the bounce. And it's a brilliant shot once again now from Zhou Yuelong to get himself on the black, splitting the reds in the process. And as he rolls this black into the corner, Mark Allen is in all sorts of trouble, as that lead of 7 frames to 3 is going to be turned into a lead of 8 frames to 7 for Zhou Yuelong, should he make the most out of the position he's got ahead of himself. You know, you roll those 2 reds in with high value colours, and you're going to find Mark Allen needing a couple of snookers here already. Joe deserves a win, says James. You can't underestimate and you can't understate the amount and the comeback that he's trying to pull off here against Mark Allen. It's a massive, massive task ahead of him. He'll put himself 53 points clear with this red disappearing with only 51 on the table. So he'll certainly be away and into the 16th frame there is Zhou Yuelong. as he rolls the frame ball in. So certainly we'll need the black to make sure that Alan not necessarily going to be coming back into the table with a lot of mindset there. As he does the counting himself, Alan, as you can see watching on in the background. But certainly will have all the counting in the world to do in terms of how many frames has he actually managed to win since this second session has started, with only one of them actually being the frame that has gone his way. Right now it's 60 points of a difference in between Mark Allen and Zhou Yuelong. Is he going to try and go for a safety approach here, Zhou Yuelong? Potentially force the red quite close to the corner pocket. Is Mark Allen going to stay in his seat? And is he going to come back to the table? Still no decision made. And it will be a frame to Zhou Yuelong. So, an important decision there by Mark Allen made, that Zhou Yuelong will become the player that will get the first real chance of the shots at the title and the entire win of the campaign, English Open. Well, it's very close now for Zhou Yuelong to be winning the Home Nation Series tournament. And I mean, what a comeback. This is 5 frames on the bounce. 6 out of 7 of the last frames won now by Zhou Yuelong. And only 1 frame is in between him and history-making stuff here. Mark Allen has to find himself on the receiving end of things. And it's all to play for right now in frame number 16. And it's, once again, all to do here for Zhou Yuelong. Does he get himself an easy chance in this 16 frame, or is he going to have to do it the hard way and force his way past Mark Allen, which still seems to be struggling to find some sort of form, with Zhou Yuelong not necessarily playing the snooker of his life, but it's good enough to be winning frames now. And looking good for Zhou, 1 out of 2, well, certainly, and very similar position to the one that sort of Gary Wilson and Ronnie O'Sullivan actually found himself in. So I'm not necessarily going to say that it's over for Mark Allen, with Ronnie O'Sullivan leading Neil Robertson by 9 frames to 8, and Gary Wilson having the same scoreline against Salgadon. Both of them went on to lose their matches though, so it's not over yet, and it's certainly all to play for Mark Allen in the next 1 or maybe 2 frames. You never quite know with this format. And the English Open, whatever you say about it, it certainly has delivered. As the stat that I've had for you at the start of this match is there has been 34 deciders in this tournament campaign. Are we going to see the 35th? Or are we going to see a brilliant performance wrapped up with a brilliant clearance? Or maybe a little bit of a scrappy frame for Zhou Yuelong? We're about to find out the answer to that question. As for now, it is Mark Allen that will start off frame number 16 out of 17 potential. Looks like a remarkable comeback. We're still 1 frame away from doing that, but I certainly am on the line with you. And I completely get what you're saying. But Zhou Yuelong still has got the toughest of those 9 frames to win ahead of him. Mark Allen will get us underway in frame number 16, the frame that could prove to be the final one, ahead of either Zhou Yuelong or Mark Allen to try and win. But very different goals that they're trying to pursue. Mark Allen still trying to get himself a decider right now and be in with a chance of winning this title. And Zhou Yuelong is actually the first player that finds himself on the verge of becoming the ranking event title winner for the first time in his career. Certainly the closest he's ever got to that. But he's now up against the world number 10, still a very experienced Mark Allen. And, you know, you talk about the comebacks, surely is not beyond the realms of possibility for him to try and do that one again after producing so many brilliant comebacks throughout this tournament. He will go and try and spread out the reds quite early here in frame number 16. Go for a little bit of a all or nothing approach early on. But unfortunately for that approach, the pink has gone very close to the blue here. The black has also been covered up by the red. So not necessarily looking perfect for either one of the players to try and have a straightforward shot at the break building chance. And for now though, it is Zhou Yuelong that has to face the first safety shot of the 2. And once again sends the cue ball very, very nicely in behind the gap of the yellow and brown. and get himself with a little bit of clear vision and a little bit of resting time in his chair. Final frame shootout, well, we're yet to get to that. Mark Allen's certainly on the verge of doing that. If he is to try and win this frame, you'll be on the verge of doing that. But I mean, who do you back in the decider? That will be an absolute rollercoaster of a frame. Of course, until then, it's still Zhou Yuelong as a favourite in this match, as that 20-1 odd doesn't look too bad now, though, does it? You know, it was a 6-2 gap for him to try and find himself, come back from. You know, it was a 7-3 gap earlier in today's session, and all of a sudden, after winning 5 frames on the bounce, it is Zhou Yuelong that is actually leading Mark Allen for the first time in this encounter, and doing that at the time when it really, really matters. Certainly some time taken on the shot, as Zhou Yuelong will comprehend and realise all the importance of the next couple of shots there for him. These planter reds to go into the left corner, not necessarily going to be the easiest of approaches, but I suppose it's the only real option available to him. And, let's see if he's going to try and take this red plant on into the left corner, or is he going to try and just develop those two and make a safety out of them. Is he going to go for an aggressive approach? Something that we haven't really seen from Zhou Yuelong in the last couple of frames. And it looks like it is actually Mark Allen that is trying to produce an open and straightforward ending to this match. In terms of the Reds not necessarily being bunched up as closely as they have been in the previous frame. But for now, Yuelong finds a brilliant way to get the cue ball safe. And in behind the yellow spot there. Mad odds, I don't bet, but that's crazy odds. I also hope you remember me. Chowdhury, I do. As I say, it's been a perfect fairy tale for your prediction. And certainly shouts out to you for predicting that when it was a scoreline of 7 frames to 4 to Mark Allen's point of view. And he was still comfortably in control of this encounter. But it's not over yet now for Zhou Yuelong, as he still has got a little bit of work for him to do. 15 frames down and still no real sign of a winner on the horizon. They wait so long to start 16 frame. Well, I mean, not necessarily, but it's just not necessarily getting any of those reds into the corner pocket. So just exchanging the safety shots in between each other. This time Zhou Yuelong gives the initiative back towards Mark Allen. I think it's just a matter of time until one of them will eventually go for a shot into the corner pocket. But, of course, that doesn't necessarily get any easier for them, with 3 of the main colours being covered up there by each other. Yellow being out of position, so really you only have brown and green to play for as your main colours. And you're not necessarily going to try and get so many up points out of it. 745 points scored there for Mark Allen. 712 points scored for Zhou Yuelong. And the highest break, as you can see, 81 for Zhou Yuelong and 132 for Mark Allen. That has came in the opening frame there. And it certainly feels like a long way back now to go to Mark Allen dominating the first session. Winning 4 frames on the bounce there. And certainly putting Zhou Yuelong under a lot of scrutiny. Thanks, brother. No worries. Zhou Yuelong once again finds himself bridging over the yellow and not necessarily having the easiest shots to play in terms of the safety play. And very tricky for Zhou Yuelong to try and actually get the cue ball safe after this shot. Needs to play this one absolutely perfectly. And he hasn't. And he's given a red into the left corner for Mark Allen. So, once again, as it was in the previous time of asking, it is Mark Allen that will get himself a first chance on the board. And, of course, it's not going to be the last chance that we're going to see in the match, with Mark Allen still needing 2 frames to become the winner here in English Open. But he gets himself some sort of start into this frame, but it's not necessarily going to be the easiest one, because even though he has got a red into the left corner, getting on the black, with it being only available colour, is not necessarily going to be the easiest job of all time. But he's actually managed to do that, it looks like. And, well, I mean, from this point of view, it's certainly not a bad position for Mark Allen to find himself in. And what a turnaround it has been for Zhou Yuelong, but he's not there yet. And his first chance in frame number 16 to Mark Allen. As I say, you only need one chance and all of a sudden you'll be away and comfortably into the zone of being a brilliant player, performing on your highest. And no one has said that Mark Allen can't rediscover his form. It's just something that we haven't seen of him quite a lot of frames into the second session. So once again, finds himself bridging over a black here, so not necessarily getting the smoother end of things. And has to go for another red, you would think. Or he's just checking to see which one is going to be the easier shot for him to try and play. Not necessarily being happy of bridging over a black here. So does he go for the red into the right corner? That is going to be a more of a difficult cut. And try and send the cue ball in towards the ball colours. And that's exactly what he's trying to do. Still needs to get the red in though. As the cut is going to make it more difficult for Allen. And needs to roll this one in and hope that he will stick for the brown. He did roll the cut in, but is he going to be in for the brown? It looks like he will be. So it's a shot that probably was judged to perfection there from Mark Allen. Allen been here many times. He has been throughout the tournament. And every single time of asking, he's managed to find a will and way to come back. But as I say, all the streaks and all wins like that always come to an end when you're up against the better opposition. Something that Zhou Yuelong has been better at in terms of the second session. But we're down to very much the ending here of this zone. And Mark Allen being 14 points into the 16th frame. He's now landing himself in a perfect position for the black into the left corner for this match to continue. For, well, certainly this frame. And we're going to see if we're going to need the decider. And 17 out of 17 frames played in between the two players. Perfect shot there from Allen though. Get the cue ball up the table and on the red for the right corner. Certainly feeling a little bit of energy, as am I. Very nice to see the cue ball action being played. And a lot of power and a lot of accuracy, very importantly for Mark Allen on those shots. As once again lines himself up with a black into the left corner. So not so much to do in terms of the cue ball control. Just try and be in and around those reds. Once again we'll have one more for the change of play into the right corner here. So 29 points now. Gap for Mark Allen. And about to make that 30 with this red. 37 with the black potentially here. And then anything on top of that, as I say, is going to require some sort of positional change. Unless he wants to take out the 3 reds that he's got available to him right now and not leave these ones, well, best till last really. He's got 2 of those into the right middle and 1 more into the left corner to try and take on. 37 points of a gap in the position in its current state really. It is a massive chance for Mark Allen to get himself level on terms in terms of the frames won against Zhou Yuelong and get us set up for a perfect decider. Still is 30 points or so short in doing that. Mark Allen bridges over a couple of reds and a long way there. In behind the cue ball. Lands the shot nicely though. Lands himself for the black into the right corner yet again here. And even though Allen has been many times, it doesn't mean he can't be impressed with what he's done to his opponents. And first and foremost to himself, push yourself to an absolute limit and overcome all the difficulties against the run of play every single time of asking. And even though it has been Zhou Yuelong's show for the last couple of frames, are we not going to see another decider and the third in a row in 3 tournaments in a row now? Still, some shots to be played until then, but Mark Allen making it look very easy right now. Taking the last 2 reds that are available to him to try and play for. The black will make that a 53 points advantage. Another red and black combination will put him into 61 points or so, ahead of Zhou Yuelong with 83 points on the table. So certainly trying to make the most out of the points available on the table for him, and trying to do that, all of that with taking the black for maximum points advantage to his name. The red will make that 54 points into the right middle and line himself up for the black once again into the right corner. So now, does he go into the bunch, or does he just try and go for one more red available to him? I don't necessarily see any one of those reds, so would expect for him to go into the bunch here. And I did. He didn't think so, and he clearly thinks he's got one more red to try and line up for into the left corner. Which one of those reds is he going to be, or is he actually going to be a plant here? And it is going to be a plant that Mark Allen certainly thinks that he can try and take advantage of, and he will do that. Send the cue ball up the table for the bulk area, and a brilliant shot now. Set himself up surely for enough points to score to get himself over the line here, and set up a brilliant deciding clash against Zhou Yuelong here. You know, it was looking like it was going to be the show of Zhou Yuelong, and it was a machine that was difficult to stop here. All blacks here, of course, 66 points with 75 on the table. The red will put Allen 67 points clear with the same amount on the table available for him. So one more colour after this, and he will be away there. Gets the red in first though. Always take one shot at a time, and a brilliant positional shot on the brown. Just get the cue ball down the table and you'll be away and nicely into the decider to make it the best out of 17 frames, certainly. With nothing to separate the two players, it probably is the only outcome, which is the right one. But Mark Allen doesn't look like he actually is going to do that from the first time of asking. And we'll probably see a little bit more of Zhou Yuelong. Shootout, haha. Well, not quite here though, because it is 71 points of a gap for Mark Allen, but he doesn't land himself perfectly on any one of those reds. And ultimately, are we going to see Zhou Yuelong coming back to the table? I think we will. But Mark Allen doesn't necessarily seem to have all the confidence in terms of which red for him to try and go for right now. So I think you can just about see enough of the red to send it down the table, and doesn't want the cue ball to be anywhere near the green. And it will drop into the green pocket, so well, what a massive outcome this could be. As 4 points go the way of Zhou Yuelong, and all of a sudden he can tie and force a respot here. I mean, surely not another twist here, with Mark Allen just watching the cue ball go towards the green pocket, and drops in the end. So this is a marvellous match, says Peter McConnell. One snooker, always try. I mean, it's no longer a snooker, but it's still a really difficult position for Zhou Yuelong to find himself, because the black is out of the equation. He's resting on the black ball's cushion there. Zhou Yuelong still looking to do something with this position. I think you can try and develop the reds here a little bit more. Push one of those reds into each other and create some sort of distance in between them. So, still no decision made there, as he's certainly the one at the table. And trying to make it all count for himself. You know, it hasn't worked for winning 5 frames on the bounce for nothing. Looks like he will lose one of them, though, to set up a deciding clash with Mark Allen and make it certainly the best of 17 frames, and all 17 frames needed to find out the winner. And certainly, nice shot there from Zhou Yuelong to get himself started in terms of the safety battle. Mark Allen only will need one of those reds to surely once again be over the line and forcing a comfortable decider for his name. That's made it difficult if black is not available. Yes, this is what I'm saying. The black and the yellow, pretty much two colours that not necessarily in open play. Apart from that, all the rest of them are. And a very important and very interesting situation that we find himself in. Yuelong has got a red covered up into the left corner. But if he wants to tie, he needs to take all those reds with the black. So does he try and push the cue ball into the black and generate a lot of power on it and risk not getting on any sort of color at all? Or does he go for the pink and settle for leading snookers? Or does he try to go for the black along the cushion there and bring it back to his spot potentially as well? So he's gone for the last option. So he's going to try and roll this black along the cushion into the right corner. And he's trying to, well, try and do something about it. Of course, that will be a massive benefit for him. If the black is going to be back on his spot and a potential clearance is going to be on, the next time he's going to be on the red, because surely after this black, he's not going to be lined up on any other red to try and play for. But for now, he's got everything and all the tools set up ahead of him. And he rolls the black in nicely along the cushion to still be in contention for a potential respot. And as I say, 59 points on the table. 59 points is the difference in between Yuelong and Mark Allen. Not in the favour of the player that is actually winning currently. But just a question of which safety shot is Yuelong actually going to choose and play right now. He has to get the black out. This is what I mean. He's actually managed to get this one into the pocket and he's put it back to his spot now. So 5 colours being available for him to try and play. Yellow still not necessarily in the worst position in the world, but probably not going to be available for an easy shot for either yellow or green pocket there. And what does Yuelong do here? Surely he's not going to try and go for a red into the middle. I mean, this is one of those shots that, you know, he's going to be do or die. And in the end, obviously putting all of his eggs in one basket, making sure that the cue ball is going to land in behind the yellow. And it's a little bit of a waste of a shot there. And if Allen makes this one, it's not going to be a little bit. It's going to be a massive waste of a shot here. Because it is a frame ball, of course, for Mark Allen. And the one that will put him 2 snookers away from Yuelong in this frame. And certainly over the line here. But should he miss this one, it'll be a chance to Yuelong though. And he will miss this one. And what a turnaround this could be. Still for the respot. And still a massive task for Yuelong. And still not landing perfectly on either one of those reds to have a chance to go back for the black here. So, I mean, what a decider. And what a match we've got on our hands here. Mark Allen knew that he had to make that red in. Because the cue ball was always going to bounce into some of the other reds. And now Yuelong has to take this red into the left middle. But which one of those reds, of course? And does he go for the red into the yellow pocket? But surely that is just too risky of a shot for him to try and attempt. Very much looking forward to see what his decision making is going to be. Not often you see a player get 71 points and still not be over the line here. Massively compromised by the fact that, you know, a safety shot on the cue ball has gone into the green pocket. And that has put him with a massive mountain to climb. But in the end, he's still in contention for the respot without needing any snookers here. But just a massive decision ahead of him. If he does go for the red into the left middle, remember he needs to get the cue ball onto the black into either left or right corner. But ultimately, it is all about getting the red in first. And then you can try and sacrifice the color and be on either pink or blue here. But ultimately, the little kiss on the green, yeah, it's probably going to ruin the comeback chance for Yuelong here. As you only have the blue to try and play into the left middle. Try to roll this one in. And not necessarily give any more chances to his opponent here. So we'll need a snooker. And snooker again, yes, absolutely snooker again. 53 points down, 51 on the table. So still will not give this one up. Will Yuelong. And he'll try and come back from this. Of course, he's done it before. Not necessarily in this match, but he's managed to produce some sort of comebacks with him finding his way out of the position where it didn't look like it was possible. Right now he still finds himself 53 points down with 51 on the table. So probably the straightforward scenario in terms of getting 2 reds out with a black there. And trying to get the snooker on the last available one. With all the colours pretty much being on the spots apart from the pink and yellow being slightly out of theirs. But still in and around the same zone. And actually the yellow is probably in the perfect spot for the cue ball to be landed in behind there. But for now, Zhou Yuelong has to concentrate on getting all these reds with the black to make sure that he's still in with a chance here of avoiding a decider and still settling things in between the two players in frame number 16. Out of potential. Well, Danny147 says, Ronnie, if you're cheering for Ronnie, it's a nice thing to see, but he's not necessarily taking a participation in this tournament because he was withdrawn from Wuhan Open, English Open and British Open next week as well. So certainly taking his time to recover. And for now, Zhou Yuelong just not too sure if he wants to take this red into the left corner. As we're about to hit the midnight in the UK. Still no real chance for this match to end quickly. And in a couple of moments time, certainly, probably, shout out at midnight. Well, certainly. Shootout at midnight, I think you mean. And in the end, Zhou Yuelong was just checking to see if he can get the cue ball onto the pink into the right middle. But in the end, not landing on this one perfectly either. And 44 points down, only 42 on the table for him. And ultimately, still has to try and do something about this pink until all the damage can be can attempt to be done on the last red available to his name. Roll the pink in nicely. So he's going to get an early chance here of landing a snooker in behind this pink. 38 points of a gap in between them too. 1 snooker required, remember. But very important for you to actually keep your mind on that. Because this snooker will surely come Zhou Yuelong's way. Landing the cue ball in behind the pink with a nice little stun. But didn't want to get some sort of gap in between those two. And I don't think necessarily it's going to be the most difficult snooker escape from Mark Allen. I think Zhou Yuelong will be disappointed for himself. Rubbish spelling, sorry. No, don't worry. I think you've actually done yourself a favour there. I think it was me not reading that one correctly. As for now, Allen gets himself out of trouble. Gets a double kiss on the red. And in the end, once again, Zhou Yuelong with all the momentum, trying to accelerate the cue ball in towards behind the yellow. And by the way, we've got 321 people watching. Feel free to hit the like on the stream. Share the video if you want. And subscribe on the channel for more snooker content. We'll be back tomorrow of British Open. But only if this match will end until then. With Judd Trump and Aaron Hill performing at the qualifying stage. And we're yet to find out the winner of this match in between Mark Allen and Zhou Yuelong. As finally, Zhou Yuelong lands a good snooker now for Mark Allen to try and escape from. Remember, if he is to get a snooker on the board, he will still be in for the chance to clear out the table without actually needing a respot here. So others quality, well, talk about that. Talk about quality. It's all about producing a brilliant piece of quality now from Zhou Yuelong really late on here. As Mark Allen still finds himself 38 points down. We're 38 points ahead, sorry. Zhou Yuelong finds himself 38 points down. But ultimately landing a snooker on Mark Allen. One cushion escape probably wasn't possible there for him. So he has to go for a 2 cushion escape. And he's landed nicely on this red. So gets that one in. Pretty much full ball there. And still all about this red. And all about Zhou Yuelong actually trying to get a snooker of himself. He can try and eliminate this red and take it with the black. And sort of take it onto the yellow. With that one being not necessarily in the best possible spot currently. could be a decent opportunity for him to try and land the snooker in behind the brown. But of course we'll have to sacrifice one of the reds and availability of the red on that. And ultimately wants to have some sort of angle on this black to try and go for the top part of the cushion and top part of the table there, with 5 colours lined up all underneath each other, forming a spine there. So obviously black, pink, blue and brown being on their spots, and yellow being just above the brown spot, exactly on the cushion. So looking like a brilliant spine of colours, but certainly looking like a brilliant spine of Zhou Yuelong here, as the match time is going to go over 6.5 hours. Certainly a lot of action in between the two players, especially in the second session. A brilliant comeback from Zhou Yuelong to still be fighting for a win in frame number 16 to make sure he doesn't need a decider. And it's not going to be a 50-50 battle, but has he got away with his shot there? I don't think he has, and I think Mark Allen can just about get this frame finally over. So could have gotten it off there and put the cue ball there, Zhou Yuelong. In the end, Mark Allen still has a chance to hit this yellow into its own pocket and try and roll this one in very, very nicely. Still get himself over the line here. Not quite though, as he misses the yellow and has that one over the pocket for Zhou Yuelong. So we're not in the decider yet though. And still one snooker required for Zhou Yuelong, but this time it looks like he'll have to do that on the 5 colours available to his name. Come on, it is certainly tense here. And it is all about patience, and it is all about who is going to be the best player in the deciding moments time. It has been Mark Allen in the opening session, it has been Zhou Yuelong in the sort of second session here, but ultimately it could all come down to the decider there. 28 points in between the two players, only 25 on the table, so the spine that I mentioned earlier probably will be used by Zhou Yuelong here. And well, let's see. What are we going to see right now in terms of the performance from Zhou Yuelong? Are we going to see a brilliant sort of fighting escape there? Or are we going to see a little bit of a problem? Let me just do something about this one. Nicely done. So, a brilliant shot there from Zhou Yuelong, as I can see the cue ball going back towards the black ball cushion here, and Mark Allen has got it all to do yet again here to try and get himself out of this situation. Certainly he's going to try and screw and swerve around this pink there, being in between the cue ball and the green, and does this one really, really nicely. Catches it pretty much the full ball there. Still 28 points behind now. Zhou Yuelong 25 on the table, only one sticker in it, but ultimately all about getting on this decider for Mark Allen, and all about trying to finish the job early for Zhou Yuelong. And still nothing to separate the two. And once again, a brilliant snooker landed in behind the black here. Mark Allen acknowledges that with a tap on the table, but he'll be absolutely fuming inside of himself, because all of a sudden, after finding his way out of a difficult snooker, has got one more landed on himself. And a brilliant execution there in the end from Zhou Yuelong to get himself in this position at the current stage of the game. You have to admire both of the players putting up an absolute show, with it being 12 minutes away from the midnight. And it's all about Mark Allen trying to get himself out of the snooker yet again here. So 2 cushion, maybe 3 cushion escape, and he's nowhere near it. And all of a sudden, this is back to Zhou Yuelong's control. This is absolutely game on here. If he gets those 5 colours in, he could still be the winner of this match by 9 frames to 7. He could still be everything to play for right here, right now for Zhou Yuelong, as he will try to send his green away from the main action here of the bulk area. Once again, try and land a snooker on Mark Allen. But this time, of course, he doesn't need the points, and he needs all he actually needs is the position on the green. With all the colours being back on their spots now, this is now Zhou Yuelong's frame for the taking. Great, it certainly is great if you're a Zhou Yuelong fan, It's certainly not so great if you're a Mark Allen fan. And for a neutral, I mean, what a spectacle this has been. Both players have put on a show, but this is all about how this is going to be resolved very, very shortly. Mark Allen or Zhou Yuelong. Zhou Yuelong or Mark Allen. Which one is it going to be? It's going to be 6 points the way of Mark Allen. And this time, of course, very, very important. I think, I'm not too sure. My brain doesn't work necessarily as well as it did 2 hours ago. But I think Zhou Yuelong can ask for the position to be put back exactly where it was. So the pin will go back on his spot. And it is now the referee's job to try and get the cue ball in exactly perfect position as it was previously. Once again, what a tension, what a match, what a brilliant 16 frames. Someone in the crowd just saying wow to the person he's saying next to. And it certainly is wow if you Zhou Yuelong. Never give up and never concede a frame early. It has been all about it. Miss, certainly a miss. And look at the crowd there waiting patiently for an absolute cliffhanger of a finish. Whether you are a child, whether you are an adult, you have to be absolutely enjoying the life out of this. Once again, the referee needs to make sure this cue ball is set absolutely perfectly for Mark Allen to take it away with attempt number 2. And the one that, you know, you can afford to miss the green, but you can't afford to give away a position away. Because with 4 remaining colours being on the spots, this could be all or nothing shots for Mark Allen. As once again being quite close, but this time goes into the pink yet again here. So 6 more points given away to Zhou Yuelong, and those points are going to start to mount on for Mark Allen. The confidence is certainly going to be on the floor for him, and it's all about the last couple of performances here. The crowd got their hands in their face, and it's all about those 5 margins here. A brilliant shot to line up a snooker escape from Mark Allen in terms of Zhou Yuelong's perspective. The one that he lined up previously was such a difficult shot for him to try and do. In the end, the referee is being guided there by his assistants to make sure he sets up the position perfectly. And we're into pretty much the 5th hour right now. The 6th hour, I should say, of this brilliant encounter. The pink is going to be back on his spot. And the cue ball is now back to exactly where he belongs. With only 1 more shot and 1 more ball for the referee to try and settle this position to back to where he was. Once again, attempt number 3 for Mark Allen. Is he going to get it this time around? He will. Is he going to get the green safe though? Looks like he just about will as well as he walks back to his chair. He can't look at what the table is looking right now because it has turned on its head. And very important for Mark Allen to actually catch the green at that time of asking. Amazing. We've got 400 people watching. Thank you very much for every single one of you. Appreciate the support massively. Amazing. And we've got, well, potentially a decider to play for, but Zhou Yuelong can try and settle the things here, right now, in frame number 16. It's all about fine margin. It's all about really getting on this green. For Zhou Yuelong, of course, he lands himself, probably snookered. I don't think he can see enough of the green to play a safety shot. So, send the cue ball into the right side cushion and play it into the green there. Try and get yourself somewhat safe. Is he going to land the green safe though? The cue ball is going to be going towards the green pocket. And looks like after all the work that Zhou Yuelong has put into this frame, it is going to be Mark Allen's frame for the taking. Because he's got a green lined up basically in the corner pocket already. He's 26 points clear with 25 on the table. So once again, it is looking like all that work is going to be undone by Zhou Yuelong. And he's going to come away short. And 1 more shot for us to see a decider in between Mark Allen and Zhou Yuelong. And it certainly will be a decider and all to play for in the next frame. I can't take my eyes off the match. This is intense. Only 16. I mean, oh yeah, apologies for that. Thank you very much, Kevin. And thank you very much for correcting me. In the end, it didn't matter because it was all colours on their spots. And, you know, certainly it is 12 o'clock in the midnight. Pardon the pun. It was 16 points. But that is certainly in the past, because as he rolls the pink into the left corner, it will be a decider and nothing to separate them two, because both of them will go for a quick bathroom break, and I think your host will join you as well, and we'll be back with just a couple of moments time for the decider for an absolute ages in between Mark Allen and Zhou Yuelong, as Mark Allen finally gets himself on the board for the first time in 5 frames, and will be going the distance here. And Brentwood English Open, it is all to play for in the upcoming frame, just a couple of moments time until we're actually going to be there. And after your host is now back from a little bit of a bathroom break, we are about a couple of moments away from having a brilliant battle for the ages. It is nothing to separate these two players as we come into this side. 147 points, 1 winner, 1 loser, and 1 English Open champion. All to play for right now, and nothing to separate them two. It is going to be a shake of the hands before we start off the decider, but once that handshake is over, the gloves are off, and all sorts of dirty style of play, anything just to get yourself over the line and get yourself a hands on the Steve Davis Trophy. It is nothing to separate them two, as I repeat myself, as both of them are going to be back to the table, and a lovely little handshake to see in between the players. Zhou Yuelong with the first shot now, and the count is on. The countdown is certainly on, and we are ready for an absolute match and a final for the ages. For the 3rd consecutive time, we're going to see a WST tournament end with a decider in the final. Neil Robertson, Ronnie O'Sullivan was the first one. Robertson managed to clinch that win against the world number 3, 7-time world champion, and probably the best of all time. And he has actually followed up in Wuhan Open by Xiao Gulong and Gary Wilson having a battle for the ages. And now, 2 weeks from then, we've got Mark Allen against Zhou Yuelong in the English Open final. It is nothing in between them two in terms of the points or in terms of the frames, and it is all to play for. 147 points on the table, and only one of them will actually win this one. Low, come on, Joe still got that 30 quid on him low. Well, I mean, certainly up for that right now. And Mark Allen starts off with a decent safety of his own. Sends the cue ball up the table. And as I say, talk about all to play for. We are now talking about 5 margins. And as the players will be entering probably a 10th bottle of water there. Are we going to see an aggressive style of approach, or are we going to see a very much a conservative one, with loads of the reds still being in below the pink? Certainly very careful start right now from Zhou Yuelong, as whoever gets the first chance is going to be very hesitant to try and actually take this one on. Zhou Yuelong has left his shot on for potentially for the right corner there for Mark Allen. Is he going to try and consider that one, or is he going to just try and play into the cushion and into the left-hand side of the reds, trying not to give anything easy away to his opponent in terms of either safety play or especially a shot into the corner with the black being freed up. So far, so good for him. The blue and the ball colours still being available. And he's now the first chance that could become the last one in the entire match here. Who do you think will win it? I have got absolutely no clue. I think it will be Mark Allen, because I think you are a fool. If, well, I'm not necessarily going to say you're a fool. That's very mean, and I apologise for that straight away. But I would say, in terms of the way this tournament has gone for Mark Allen, decider against Stuart Bingham, won. Decider against Ding Junhui, won. Decider against Jack Jones, won. All of the deciders he had to face against Elliot Lesser as well, won. All the deciders he had to face after beating Scott Donaldson, the comfortable scoreline, he has won. So I get why you say Zhou Yuelong is a favourite. He's younger. He's been in form for the second session. But I will just give the edge to Mark Allen. But it is basically 51% Allen and 49% Zhou for me. And pistol whip incoming. Well, I'm going to see, and we're certainly going to see a little bit of action in between those two. For now, it's 2 safety each. And Mark Allen, yet again, will try and do something about this one. So, for now, just asking the referee to keep an eye on the next shot, as it doesn't look like it's going to be pretty. Because I don't necessarily understand why Mark Allen asks the referee to keep an eye on the shot, unless he's going to be playing in behind the black here and trying to get one of those reds freed up. Massive shot for him to try and take on right now. The left-hand side of the table is going to be placed, and a brilliant shot there from Allen, as long as he avoids the yellow full ball, which is something that he can't avoid at that time of asking. Is he going to get the blue in between the red to go into the right corner potentially there for Zhou Yuelong? And as I say, still 59% of you have gone for Mark Allen to win the title. That number has been reducing ever since the brilliant comeback of Zhou Yuelong. But is it going to be one frame shortage, or is it going to be history-making stuff? The maiden ranking event title for Zhou Yuelong, or the 12th ranking event title for Mark Allen. It is everything on the line. The gloves are off. The cues are probably off. The tips are off. And, well, pretty much 21 colours and, well, 15 red, 6 colours, and the cue ball to separate them two. Still, earlier on here with the safety battle, trying to free up as many of those reds as possible and give out an early chance to themselves, of course, and try and avoid doing that to your opponent, as this shot is going to be a massive boost for Zhou Yuelong, as he just landed the cue ball right on top of, right underneath, I should say, the green. And it's going to be very awkward for Mark Allen to try and breach over the next shot. 147. I mean, it's all about fine margins, but it also is all about trying to be clinical. Try and get everything that you can, and just say, you know what, I am going to have to go for one of those chances, but I have to make sure it is the one that I'm capable of taking on. Don't go too early, because you make a false start there to yourself. Go at the right time, stick to yourself, and hope it, try and do your best and hope it sticks. I think that's going to be the best sort of advice, if you could give any sort of advice to the players. But of course you can't put yourself in those shoes, because the amount of anxiety, nervousness, pressure and all sorts on their mind is absolutely huge. As they say, snooker is not a team sport. It's a sport for you to try and be on your own, up against everyone, up against the crowd, and up against your opponent right now. And unless Mark Allen will get a little bit of luck here, he'll give away a first chance to Zhou Yuelong here into the right corner. One chance is all it takes here. And is it going to be one chance is all it takes for Zhou Yuelong? You'll get the first one though. It's all about getting on the next colour though. As the pink is covered up, the black is limited into only the left corner. And very important for Zhou Yuelong to get off to a great start. And even that early point will mean like a frame one there for him. time since the last 15 minutes. It's all mounting for him absolutely massively. It was an early safety battle in between them two. It was always going to be at least one of those in the decider. But right now, which one of those players is going to take the crown? And it's the first chance that goes the way of Zhou Yuelong. And after a long hesitation, taking the extension on, reaching for this cue ball, he is going to try and take it on into the right corner. Once again, goes down for the shot and goes back up. And goes down again here to find himself a perfect situation on the cue ball. Is he going to try and force his way through though? Onto the black here. Very risky shot to try and take. And it's the one that is going to cost him some sort of points, you would think. Has he given away a chance though to Mark Allen? As he misses the red into the right corner, and it's one chance not taken there to Zhou Yuelong, and it's certainly a little bit of pressure off the mind of Mark Allen. The first chance was and did come the way of Zhou Yuelong, but right now it is a chance. It is a chance that Mark Allen will head ahead of himself. But there is going to be sending the cue ball up the table yet again here, or just trying to roll the red into the corner of the green pocket there. Looks like it will be option 1, and just a safety approach for Mark Allen. But these cue balls going very close to the pocket itself there, and just about stays out. Fine margins yet again there, but Zhou Yuelong has to find himself in a very, very difficult shot here to try and take on. Allen somehow manages to find a smile on his face. I don't know how he's done that in the circumstances that he actually has to face himself with. Pressure cooker, Allen's done many times. It certainly is, as I say, all those decided wins in his opponents, and it all comes down to this. We're over 5 hours since the second session has started, and we're over the mid-time, and it is officially the 22nd of December, I think. September, not necessarily December. 22nd of September here in the UK. And Zhou Yuelong has got an absolutely cracker of a shot ahead of him. If he pulls this one off, I mean, he'll probably be worthy of a long pot, because I have absolutely no idea if you can find any sort of safe area to roll the cue ball towards. Told you, Joe. Well, I mean, whatever you told me, it is still absolutely anyone's game for the taking, because if you said Allen, you could still be wrong. If you said Joe, you could still be wrong, but of course you could still be right with either of them too. And for now though, focus on Zhou Yuelong, and these shots certainly taking the time off more than a minute, it feels like. And try to roll the red alongside the cushion potentially. Get the cue ball somewhat safe there. Has tried to do that, but in the end, he's going to leave a first decent chance away to Mark Allen. He had a first chance himself. He didn't manage to take it. And this time, it is the time for the pistol to try and shine. And try and fire up some of those guns and bullets into the Team China here. Zhou Yuelong, the world number 32, was looking to go up at least 5 more ranking spots there. And be the new world number 26 or 27. Once the points are accumulated. But ultimately, it is a very important point on the board for Mark Allen, and what ultimately feels like a massive win for him already. But it is only one of the potential 36 spots that you can try and make. And the third one is not going to be easy, it would seem. And straight away, he lands himself pretty awkwardly on this red to try and take on. He still can't back down of this shot though. The only sort of difference that you can try and make is take another red into the right corner and send the cue ball up the table for one of the ball colors, or the blue section as well. In the end, he's nicely into the red, and he gets himself in for the brown or the green here. Every one of those spots count. 12 ranking event title on the line now for Mark Allen. Zhou Yuelong can't do anything about it. Has to wait in his chair patiently. And it's all about waiting for your chance and being when it counts. He had his first chance. He didn't manage to take it. Now, it's only fair that we're going to see Mark Allen have his early chance. You know, it wasn't easy. Had to work a couple of shots more for that. Yeah, probably got a little bit lucky with the cue ball being in the green pocket and staying in the jaws of it. But ultimately, as I've always said, in this tournament, you ride your own luck. And being lucky all the time is certainly a skill to yourself to have. And once again, Mark Allen not perfect on the blue or green. Doesn't necessarily have any more colors that you can try and go for here. And if you try to roll the brown into... Nah, probably the brown is not even available to yourself. So the blue to try and roll through the cue ball and a lot of topspin will get yourself onto the red. But pressure shots like that is the ones that you can actually try and miss here. 317 people watching. Thank you very much for everyone joining in. Wherever in the world you're watching us from. Feel free to hit the like on the screen and subscribe to the channel for more content like this, because there's not going to be a lot more of that. And Mark Allen has just gone and played a brilliant shot into the left corner of the blue. Barely catches the jaws. And in the end, just about drops in there. Played this one with power. Had to make this one stick and did. So still on the break now. Mark Allen, 16 points on the board. And another red to go into the right corner. In and around the black spot right now. Pressure time. And Yuelong can't do anything about it. Zhou to try the green ball after Allen's second miss. Yeah, I mean, yes. But ultimately, it's all behind us. I can't say I remember anything of that. Focus on the decider and leave the analytics to try and analyze the match afterwards. Or you can always try and do it yourself. But for now, Mark Allen with a brilliant chance ahead of himself. And had that not been the final, you probably say this frame is won. But what pressure can do to you is something beyond imagination. 25 points on the line will feel like a massive 56 points right now to him. And of course, one more black to make that 32 points. Make that count. Still 107 on the table. And a lot of reds for Mark Allen to try and choose from. Who has more chance of winning, bro, right now? Zhou is Mark Allen, of course. Massive chance. I would say probably 120 in terms of odds. But as I say, pressure can do absolutely extraordinary things to you. And can make you miss the easiest shots in the world. For now, he's making those count for himself. I had to go through some of the early struggles here, Mark Allen. Remember, if I've got the strength, I'll try to analyze the frame and whether he actually got away from Yuelong or Mark Allen. It depends on who the winner of this match is going to be. But so far, still nothing to separate Mark Allen from getting himself on one more red and trying to extend the break, and just looking at such a perfect shot there from the blue onto the red. Gets him really perfectly with the chance to screw back on this cue ball or try and potentially roll through it on the black there. Such a perfect shot under such tremendous circumstances. I mean, fair play to Mark Allen for actually turning up here and performing at his absolutely finest. It must be so difficult for him to come up under so much pressure. But in the end, he manages to overcome all of that so far and produce a break of 46 points in the deciding frame here. So, what a comeback it has been for Yuelong, but right now it is looking like it still will be a frame short. And how cruel can Snooker be to you? And how kind can it be to Mark Allen here, presenting him with a chance? And the first one, of course, was presented to Yuelong. Didn't manage to take that into the right corner, missed the red, and probably has to be blaming himself for that one. 54 points after this black, with only 83 on the table for Mark Allen. Bottle, I mean, that is probably the definition of Mark Allen right now. 54 points right now on the board. One more red to go into the right corner right now. 416 people watching. Thank you very much for everyone's doing that. Feel free to subscribe to the channel if you want to see more content like this. Hit the like on the current stream, even though it looks like we are in the end game for Mark Allen. One more red to try and roll and just take those out one by one here. Once again lands himself on the top part of the blue. And a really nice shot here into the right corner. Potentially lined up after this blue. Let's see what he's got ahead of himself. As the angle on the blue does seem to be minor, but that will get him 60 points clear. And 2 more reds is certainly all Mark Allen is going to need to be away in this frame and become once again the winner of the English Open in 2025. Wants the cue ball to run though. And is he going to run then? Can he take this red into the middle pocket, into the right middle? It's an absolute massive shot and it feels like a frame ball. But surely it can't be so easy for Mark Allen. Surely no matter how much of a bottle you've got, you cannot take this red and you cannot make this one stick. It's all about this red. He catches the front jaw, but he makes this one stick. The referee's looking to the sky. It's almost like he's supporting Mark Allen as well, because the blue for the 66 points of a gap, and the next red will surely take it away from Yuelong and make it Mark Allen's history-making stuff here. And absolutely extraordinary circumstances, but he misses the blue into the right middle and is still all to play for yet again. Another twist in the tail and one more chance for Yuelong to take it away from here. I said that red felt massive, but it could be one more shot and one more deciding moment in this battle in between the two players. Mark Allen will be absolutely fuming with himself of missing the blue. Surely you had to concentrate on the pot there. And now he'll be eating himself alive in that chair, while Yuelong has got a red to try and roll into the right corner. No mistake allowed, and second chance. Surely you're not going to get a third one. Probably can't say that you're going to play a safety away from this red either, because it's just one of those times that I feel that this is the last time we're going to see a chance for Yuelong in this match. And it's all about all or nothing, and it's going to be nothing, it would seem. Because he's going to leave a red over the right corner pocket, and what a disaster it is for Yuelong. But ultimately, Mark Allen will come back to the table and surely will finish off the job now. Yuelong, what a poor Chinese man. I mean, you have to feel sorry for the lad, 27 years of age. Mark Allen has got a frame ball, but surely will need a colour after it. So make sure it is going to be the end of the pain for Yuelong. And it's going to be the start of the grief phase. Mark Allen to take it away from Yuelong, and he's not there yet. He's got the frame ball on the line, but he certainly doesn't want to be celebrating just yet, because he's got an impossible black pretty much to try and cut into the right corner. Oh no, over. Well, it would have been had he landed on one of those colours into the right corner, but he hasn't done that yet. So a blue potentially into the left middle if he passes through the red. Not going to be easy anyway. And, well, what do you do for your Mark Allen? Surely you try to take this black into the right corner. Certainly not going to be any smiles from him or Yuelong right now, because I think he will ask for about 4 or 5 extension shots here. And surely try to reach for the black. Try and pot it, and at least if he misses it, he'll be in with a great chance of leaving the right corner pocket covered up there from any sort of threat for the Reds. And everything to play for. Well, it has been for Yuelong in the frame number 16 and 17, but looks like he will come short yet again. 5th time unlucky here, as we're about to hit the 7th hour of the match time. What a match it has been, and it's not quite over yet. Well. Are we going to see another twist in the tail? Surely. A bit too much to ask. The crowd all having their hands in their mouth. It is absolutely hair-raising stuff here at the Brentwood Arena. And Mark Allen seems to be there. So there's still no celebration, because this is now surely game, frame and match for Mark Allen, being 69 points clear, 59 on the table. And are we going to see Mark Allen just line up one more red into the corner, and surely a handshake to follow up from Yuelong there? I think he still has to come back to the table and get himself in with a chance, but Mark Allen surely will send the cue ball up the table for a little bit more of a safety play. And is he going to be in? Is he going to be in? No, it's not. So he played the red in an attempt there to try and get that one into the left corner. In the end, he'll miss it. But Zhou Yuelong will have an absolute Mount Everest ahead of him to climb. Kilimanjaro, everything. Jamalunma, you can call that whatever you like. But it is 69 points Zhou Yuelong finds himself behind. 59 on the table. So 3 snookers required on a potential snooker a free ball chance there for him. Until then, it is still, the battle will resume in between Mark Allen and Zhou Yuelong as he has his first shot of a decade, it would seem to him, because the time that he actually spent in that chair in this decider frame is actually being very, very cruel. And every single shot that Mark Allen is taking right now could prove to be the last in this campaign. Goes for a smart shot selection there, puts the black in towards its own black ball cushion. And puts all sorts of distance there in between the cue ball and the reds. Surely, says Dougie Roberts, I mean, surely not coming back from this, I know, but I can understand why Zhou Yuelong is playing on. You cannot comprehend what this guy is going through. The loss, the comeback that he's managed to produce. He was 3-7 down, he managed to win 5 frames on the bounce to go 8-7 clear. He was 1 frame away, he had 2 chances. He had a chance at the previous frame, he had Mark Allen snookered. Missed twice the green there. Go for the pink. 12 points conceded off the foul. He was there for the taking for him, but he got away. And he gone to a decider that he had an opening chance off, but he didn't manage to take this one on. And this time, it does look like it will be just one more frame. One frame too many for him to try and win. Mark Allen will have a red lined up into the right middle as Zhou Yuelong almost comes wielded there to his chair. Easy taking this red on, Mark Allen. Surely, all to play for. Now it's all for him to finish the job off and make sure this is the last we're going to see of Zhou Yuelong in today's frame and in today's match here. Surely taking this red into the middle. Even if he misses this one, he still has got a massive mountain ahead of him to climb. He goes for another red and he makes this one sick. And this one will feel like an absolute mountain because fair play, Mark Allen. The crowd will go on their feet. And it is absolutely heartbreaking stuff for Zhou Yuelong. Mark Allen tries to say something about it that will actually cheer him up. But it's impossible to try and do. Because in the end, it is Mark Allen 9, Zhou Yuelong 8 in this English Open 2025. And what an ending this is. Good man Mark says, come on in, bro. Woohoo, this is Kevin. Thank you very much for everyone that's joined in. I'm going to give you a very quick breakdown through the match because I can't not do that. It is a match for the season. And what a decider it has been. A brilliant decider. You have to feel for Zhou Yuelong, the man that found himself in a really difficult position, losing the opening frame. It was a 50-50 frame. In the end, he managed to come back into the second frame there. But then lost 4 frames in a row and got himself with a 5-1 gap to try and climb back from. It was mission impossible. He managed to get that one down to 5-2. Mark Allen straight away gets himself with a 4-frame cushion, wins the next one. It's 6-2. All of a sudden, Zhou Yuelong has to do the same thing again. Thank you for covering the match. No worries, Kevin. Thank you for joining, every single one of you legends. Until you leave, thank you very much. Feel free to hit the like if you want. Subscribe to the channel for more content like this. We will be back today, because it's already today, in the UK for Aaron Hill against Judd Trump for the qualifier in the British Open. Excellent streaming commentary. I would like to instruct. Thank you very much, Peter. Mark Allen won the tournament. Maha Osama certainly has. As you can see, he's got 9 frames next to his name. Zhou Yuelong only has won 8 of those. But ultimately, it was such a massive comeback for Zhou Yuelong have to come back through. It was 3-7, it was 2-6, and he has turned it into an 8-7 advantage to himself. Ultimately, that 16th frame will feel like an absolute torture when he watches that back. And ultimately, it all came down to decide that only one man could win it. Zhou Yuelong had the opening chance, but ultimately it was Mark Allen that had one more chance to his name, and that was the chance that he made it work for himself. Brilliant for Mark Allen. Absolutely devastated for Zhou Yuelong. This is snooker for you. This is sport. Feel free to hit the like and subscribe button for more content like this. Surely not another time at the British Open. We're going to see. It's going to be all to play for starting from tomorrow's qualifying. Thank you very much to every single one of you that has actually made it this far. And we will continue today in the evening of the match of Watchalong against Aaron Hill. Thank you ever so much for watching and your engagement in the chat. We'll be back with more action. But for now, that is game, frame and match Mark Allen. Certainly deserved and certainly the one that he'll remember for the rest of his life. Take care everyone. We'll speak to you later and see you soon.